It is such an amazing picture.
Dude, I struck gold. I was just looking for pictures with like the 4 characters, and I was like, alright. And then I saw that, and I was like, sold. That is it.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about this.
So good.
Oh, so that was somebody had made that previously. That wasn't made for this.
Yeah, I didn't make this photo. I just found it. But it's so good.
Freaking Yes Man Jr.
I wonder if this was posted in the same forum post that had the Chrono Trigger like battle system, and you downloaded it, and it would just play the Rickroll theme through your Super Nintendo.
Yeah.
What?
That is by far the best ROM hack I've ever played. Which reminds me, one of these days I'm going to try the new reshuffler. There's a reshuffler 2.0 out there.
This is made to actually like be able to complete the game.
It has a lot more options that do things that are less likely to crash the game, it seems. I haven't tried it, so I don't know that for sure. It can also randomize a lot more stuff.
What else can you randomize?
You can randomly determine which condiments enhance which food, randomly determine the time transformation for items, changing which items will transform, as well as the delay and the sound they make.
Wow.
What do you mean when items will transform?
So the fresh egg chicken, for
I
example. So maybe Ness's Gutsy Vat will turn into a cold remedy, which will turn into the baddest bean. Who knows? And the whole time it's doing that, maybe it chirps at you.
You can just make everything chirp at you.
But it also, like, if you want to try random doors, it will not randomize the very first set of doors, so you can get out of Ness and Pokey's house. You can do that sequence. You can also make it so random doors point back to the original door.
Oh, Skate Man being labeled incorrectly. Yes, he confronted me about that. But I thought he had a change of lifestyle. He went with the pogo stick instead.
It's fine. I'm setting up my alternate account right now. Pogo Man 222.
I hope Pogo Man.
What is the
It's
origin of
perfectly
Skate Man? Are
correct.
you actually a skater?
I mean, I was briefly when I was a like 8-year-old kid. Does that
When you
count?
made the account, or when you made the name?
Yeah, it kind of stuck since then, and it doesn't really make any sense now. But it is what it is.
Yes, those are the best usernames.
I don't know, you speedran that one skateboarding game.
On that 12 hours of speedrunning or whatever.
Yeah.
Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3. I didn't know it would be that hard.
When is Hello Kitty Air Hockey 222?
Oh god. Soon.
You can't live this down. You're too good at the game.
I know. I'm still practicing every week on the side. Just not being public with it.
Coward.
Were you anybody else besides Andy at RPG Limit Break?
All of us were.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Were
Yep.
you there during like the run only, or because I got there later and I tried to meet people, but
We were there all week.
I
Yeah, pretty
must have
much.
missed it, man. Sorry.
We were a lot of time in the practice room, being lovely people.
Also known as the Earthbound room.
Yeah. And also after the Draken run, we disappeared for a while, so a run of Draken could get done in the hotel room.
So yeah, it was the four of us, and then Yuna was there, Ultimo Ice was there,
And Daniel.
and Daniel. Yes, so there's 7 of us from the Earthbound community that actually played that speedrun Earthbound.
That's really cool. That's awesome.
We had a new world record set of 2-player, 2-controller, any percent.
I don't know if you can set it as a new world record, as a world record.
The world record.
Yeah, the world record.
Hey, we did it in under 4 hours, so I'm pretty confident it's a world record.
It also has the best Titanic and strats ever. No equipment.
Because one hand would do nothing but get fruit juice.
What?
I imagine that was Ari.
Yep.
Of course.
Well,
Daniel
when
was...
Skate was practicing the nip.
You wouldn't let him get fruit or equipment.
No, Skate was practicing his manip or something and failed. So I picked up the controller and I sold everything and just bought all fruit juice. And I was like, let's see how far we can get.
And then just Daniel just randomly showed up. He's like, wait, I want to get it on this too. And then it just turned into a 2-player, 1-controller thing.
If there's 2 controllers, which input overrides? Like if you're using the D-pad, does the second input on the second controller override it, or does the second input just kind of ignore it?
No, it will just look at both inputs. And then if you're holding left and right or up and down, it just sits there and does nothing.
Oh, okay.
So I think it was I did up and down and all the negatives, and Daniel did left and right and all the affirmatives.
Oh, so you each were controlling the D-pad?
Yep, and we did manipulation this way.
That's insane.
It was amazing.
We both at least done it before, so we knew what we had to do. That was a lot of fun, though. I'd love to try that again.
Next limit break.
If I can go, I'm doing it.
Yes.
The limit break needs to be 1 week later next year.
I doubt I'll submit anything to Limit Break next year, but if it's, I'm pretty sure it's going to be in Utah again, so I'll definitely be there as well.
Are you guys GDQ goers or?
Former for me.
Well, Ari ran Earthbound at GDQ.
Same.
Oh yeah, and Skateman did too. I forget about that. Well, like 4 years ago.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow.
Skateman is the original Earthbound speedrunner.
OG.
Yeah.
And then disappeared for like 4 years.
Back when you were a skater.
Okay, force pushing it. What was
Or
it
like what,
for?
2.5, 3?
Yeah, I think it was 3. AGDQ 2013, so yeah. Wait, the people in the chat hear us, do they?
Yeah, we're
Oh.
coming through.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I didn't know that. Awesome.
Start in just a minute here. Alright, yeah, let's get started. So, formally introduce, hello, welcome to RPG Speed Watch program, where we will be watching the fastest known speed run times for various RPGs. The aim of this program is to fully explore the in-depth details of what comprises the fastest known record time. I'm Tonic, and I'm joined here today with Andy Perfect. How's it going, Andy?
Hello.
We also have Orlix on the, hopefully I said that right, on the bench. How's it going, buddy?
Early, it's all good.
Orlix, got it. Okay. And we also have Phalix. How's it going?
Good.
And finally we have Skate Man. How's it going, buddy?
Hey everyone.
Alright, so these guys are gonna commentate over Andy Perfect's fastest run. So we're gonna get started. If you guys are ready, I'm gonna count down from... Oh, 1 sec. Okay. From 3, 2, 1, go. And we're off. So, yeah, I'll leave it up to you guys to talk about what you like. So, feel free to go ahead.
Awesome.
And he's starting off with the world record strat here of leaving your chair for the first minute.
Yeah, if you're unfamiliar with Earthbound, there's about 25 minutes of input breaks over the run. So it's very friendly RPG as far as if you're worried about not being able to sit there for 4 hours.
Is it really 25 minutes of input breaks?
Yep, I haven't exactly timed it, but there's at least like 15 in the first like 2.5. Well, the run starts at actually about, I think 108 is when we get out of bed.
Like 108.5, I think is the SDA timing.
Alright, so I guess this beginning part is probably a good time to actually explain what's going to be happening in the first 19 minutes.
Yep. You're gonna be seeing manipulation. It'll look very weird if you're very unaccustomed to this. There's gonna be a lot of opening menus at what seems like random times, but everything that happens here with NPCs starting and stopping moving, with dialogue advancing for each character in text, anytime a menu is opened, a cursor moves, all this stuff advances 2 values in the game's realm. And we found out at the end of 2014, there is another value that will advance based upon moving across certain invisible tile sets on the map. And if you play the exact same way every time, you'll get the exact same results. So what this is done for is to make sure that we get through net at a very fast time with essentially no grinding.
And it's interesting too that third RNG value that it took us a while to discover. We knew that it influenced RNG, but we didn't know why and we didn't know how. And it kind of like evolved over time into realizing what it was actually doing. So what that third RNG value does is it changes based on your movement around the map, only when spawns are triggered to be on. So when enemies are set to be spawnable anywhere in the map, that third RAM value becomes active, and it actually changes. If you imagine the game kind of broken apart into 64 by 64 pixel tiles, whenever you cross those boundaries, the game ticks up that value, and it ticks it up in a linear fashion. So it always, regardless of whether you cross tile B or tile C, that value will advance at the same rate. But what that value is actually doing is the game is using that internally as an indicator of when to spawn butterflies, if I'm not mistaken. And butterflies act as NPCs in their movement pattern. So if a butterfly spawns when you don't want it to, that'll completely throw off your RNG, because a butterfly is moving constantly and will mess up your manipulation very quickly.
I mean, everything here is planned. If you make it through, that means there's no mistakes. There's 2 or 3 areas in this first 19 minutes that have some leniency, but for the most part, being off even slightly will cause a reset, because the only way to get everything back on track is by actually just doing a full reset of the console.
So, what does it take to sort of be quote-unquote perfect through this?
It's... Go ahead.
I mean, it's a matter of speed. You can take this RNG manipulation as slowly or as quickly as you would like. I mean, there's some areas where you need to advance through, where there's NPCs moving around. You need to walk through those areas very quickly. But as soon as you get into a menu or you're in a fight and you need to press certain buttons during that fight, you can take as much time as you want, and you can slow it down and take time to be perfect while you're still learning it. Or if you're some of the crazies like Daniel or Temple or Background Guy or some of the others that are super fast at it, I believe Daniel RGT's record is about an 1847, which is 11 seconds faster than I've ever done it. And it just requires faster inputs, a lot of almost sometimes risk taking and doing things as quickly as possible. So, I mean, it's essentially just doing everything quicker, opening and closing menus quicker, cursoring quicker, and that's usually what it comes down to.
The greatest enemy on net, particularly for me, running on emulator, is dropped inputs. Because dropped inputs are reset. Because if I'm sitting there hitting like AB, I tend to have to slow myself down a bit more than what I could accomplish on net in. Because if one of those B inputs just doesn't register, because emulator actually plays at a disadvantage compared to console, then that one little missed input will send me back to the character select screen.
Yeah, what usually ends up happening is you get kind of accustomed to the time that windows are open or that text boxes are open or how long conversations are, and you kind of anticipate some of those inputs. And if you ever anticipate an input and put it in wrong, then you pressed A when you're supposed to press B and close the menu, and you do something else and it breaks the manipulation.
Yeah, that's why it's not too recommended to lead new runners into doing manip first. Like, you could actually go through ONET, regularly without manip, like maybe 8 minutes or 10 minutes slower. But basically, like Andy said, like, you really have to be familiar with the game to like notice like the timing of like the text and the windows and stuff like that. So that's why, for starters, really like the goal for newer runners is really to get like a sub 5 time basically, and like once you get there or even further down, that's when getting manip down is really kind of required to get these fast times.
I mean, even pre-manipulation, back a while back when we weren't doing manipulation in all of ONET, we were just going up to Starman Jr., the record was a 4:11. So, I mean, it's still possible to get a very, very top-tier time without manipulation. But it definitely helps because you pretty much get out of ONET with a guaranteed, like, 19 to 19:10 time, rather than if you just kind of leave it up to chance, you're probably looking at more of like maybe a 27 to 28 minute if you get good luck, or a 30 to 31 minute if you did all the safeties.
Cool. So can you guys talk about sort of the benefits of what manipulation is doing? What's the whole to-do about?
Well, the biggest part of manipulation, especially in ONET, why it ends up being such a big time save, is it removes what was the only grinding section in the entire run. If you're playing this normally, you have that first boss, the first Sanctuary Guardian, Titanic Ant at Giant Step, and to beat him, if you're not using manipulation, you have to know Rockin' if you want to have any chance. Your Ness's first psychic damaging ability, and you don't learn that until level 8, and that requires a little bit of grinding if you want to hit that level. So you kind of end up just grinding on the slugs at the bottom floor for about 4 or 5 minutes, just reaching the level that you need to be to even have a chance at it. So what we do to eliminate that need, or eliminate essentially what was the only grinding section throughout the entire run, is those slugs have a very, very slim chance, a 1 in 128 chance to drop a bomb. And a bomb has a damage range of, if I'm not mistaken, I think it's 45 to 135. and though the chance that the slug drops one is 1 in 128, so it's a little less than 1% chance that the slugs drop a bomb. But we can manipulate that, so we just manipulate those 2 of those bomb drops, and then book it to the boss while manipulating and preventing spawns from being anywhere. Chuck a couple bombs at it so that it does enough damage, and finish the fight. And that eliminates pretty much the entire need to grind anywhere in the run. It leaves you at a little bit of a lower level than you'd like to be. Normally, if you were doing it normally, you're level 10 when you hit Happy Village. In this run, you're level 9 when you're doing manipulation. So you're 1 level lower, and as a result, you have a little bit less defense. So some of the fights in Happy Village can kill you, and it makes them a little riskier, but the time save justifies any risk that you end up taking.
Got it. So is manipulation sort of all or nothing, that you can't sort of repair it once it's gone? Or can you do tactics to kind of get back on the seed?
Depends on who you ask. It's extremely difficult. In certain situations, you're basically getting lucky if you make a mistake in a certain area where it is fixable. I know there are some runners out there. I know Daniel's one of them. I think Ultimo Ice can do it in a couple places. I've managed to fix it a handful of times too.
Yeah.
But the thing
essentially,
is,
go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say, when you're advancing through the game here, if you do an extra input, which is probably the most common error, then it's much harder to fix than just a dropped input. A dropped input, you have a chance to respond and try to do whatever you were supposed to do, or maybe an NPC move and you can do something slightly different to fix it. If you overmash, for example, then you're pretty much done.
Yeah, if you imagine it, so you can imagine the RNG being like a string of values, and you kind of step your way through the values. So if you accidentally press an extra input, you're all of a sudden ahead of where you need to be. You ultimately want to be back 3 values or 4 values or 27 values if you hit a double A and checked nothing, or talked to nothing, I'm sorry. So if you were behind, you can, and you know exactly the number of units you are behind, you can do a quick little bit of math and figure out how many cursor movements you can just open up the menu and move the cursor a bunch of times and repair it, and now you're back where you need to be. But if you're too far, there's no way to go backwards. So you kind of have to, if you're at a point where you're about to do a bunch of inputs, you do a little fewer inputs. Or if you're at a place where you need to progress through a bunch of NPCs, your only hope is to progress through it and hope they move less than you originally were going to in the regular route, and that miraculously you are back on the right value. So if you're ahead, it's nigh impossible to fix it. If you're behind, it is sometimes fixable. Some people have alternate routes where if they see different patterns of NPC movements or things like that, they know where they are in the RNG string, and they have different backup movements or things they will do instead to fix it. So there's a bunch of things you can plan your route around to kind of repair the RNG and get it back to where you are. But it's always like you have a single route and you did something so it diverges, but then it always has to reconverge if you want to continue the route.
And one of the biggest places that's about to come up, and probably one of the hardest spots for people to learn this manipulation, it's just the notorious bush. It's a shrub from hell, pretty much. It seems, when you're going to see this, it's going to look like it's nothing. But this is probably the most precise timing area, because you have multiple NPCs on the screen, and you have to move through this little tiny area right here.
Yeah, it's a 6-pixel window to turn right.
And so right there, when you get used to it, it's just second nature. You can get through it pretty easily. But it's extremely easy to clip a wall there. And I have a correction that if I screw up just a little bit, I can see how the NPCs move. I have to react very fast. And where Andy moved up to those trees and turned left, I can cut that corner immediately instead of loading that guy at the top right. And when I get into the cabin, I just hit L instead of ABL. And what happens is I get into the cabin, and I'm actually one movement ahead, but because I don't do the AB inside the cabin, everything gets right whenever I leave because I didn't do one extra input. But it doesn't always work, but it is a slight correction.
Yeah, here on these slugs, you're seeing a couple inputs right before the fights. That was me advancing the randomness just enough so that when the encounter begins, the game rolls and determines that the enemy has the 1 in 128 chance bomb drop. So it's a very convenient way to get a couple bombs and be able to kill the Titanic Ant. If those slugs did not drop bombs, then we'd have to follow a very different route to be able to down Titanic Ant.
So you're manipulating like everything, right? You're manipulating what occurs in battle, drops outside of battle, right?
Correct. Those two RNG values pretty much determine everything the game determines as random. Determines what enemies spawn, where they spawn, it determines NPC movements, it determines what actions enemies take, how much damage is done. Those two values determine literally everything. So yeah, we're manipulating down to turn order, down to how much damage these bombs are doing to the enemy.
So who figured this out, basically?
These RNG values have been known for those first two have been known for a long time. I would attribute the RNG values back to some of the early tassers, like if anyone's aware of like Pirohiko and Nemi were some of the early ones that did the work and kind of discovered those RNG values, went back in the early tassing days. And then, but no one had ever back in those days, no one had ever taken that to do in single segment runs, or rather in RTAs or whatever you want to call it. And so it was kind of the very earliest uses of it were myself, SDFG, and Popham back in the day kind of figuring this out together, and we all kind of created our own route through Starman Jr. and figured it out for ourselves, but no one dared take it beyond that because no one figured it would even be possible. But then SDFG came and took my original route through Starman Jr., and just out of the blue was like, oh yeah, I just created a full route through all of Onet. And he did a full run with it, and we were like, holy crap. And yeah, so we all learned his route. So this Onet route that literally everyone in the community does now is my original Starman Jr. route, and then SDFG's Onet route. And that was created back in, I think, December of 2014, if I'm not mistaken, the full route.
Yeah, I think that's about right. Maybe a month sooner.
So yeah, the manipulated part is coming to an end. We're just kind of taking advantage of the fact that we're still a pretty low level, and we have the cops coming up. The cops are kind of nasty, but we actually manipulated the Titanic fight in such a way that we got enough offense to smash these enemies in one hit. So all attacks in this game are random. They kind of have a variable amount of damage that they do, except for smash attacks. Smash attacks are always the same amount of damage. It's 4 times your offense minus the enemy's defense. So knowing that, we manipulate Nest to get just enough offense from Titanic Ant that our smashes will one-hit kill these cops. And I think it's that we overkill them by 2 damage. Whereas if you get 1 less offense, you can't one-shot them.
And this is another spot that has a backup. Whenever you're going down, I believe what can cause it, if you take the left path around the police station, is I think if you leave Frank on the screen just a little too long, I think he gets like an extra movement in. And there's an entirely different backup that it takes about 15 seconds longer to do. But Aurelix found that out a while back, and it doesn't end your run, because what you're looking for is whenever you pass into the cops, the NPC in the jail cell area, you're looking for him to go right, and that's kind of your sign that you're free of Onet. But if he doesn't make that movement, you can try the backup, which I think if he moves down, left, up, I believe that's the seat that you're on.
That's the one that I made it for. Apparently it works for a couple of others too, which is just kind of an interesting quirk of the battle system and how it handles random numbers.
Yeah, sometimes in the battle system doesn't really handle the RNG the same. It's almost like if you're in any kind of span of values, it'll just have a certain action. So when we're creating this route, sometimes you'll just like do a bash and then it'll do something like, oh, let me advance a little more and do something else, and it'll be the exact same round even though you started on a different RNG value. So it's almost like if you're in some kind of section of the RNG, it advances forward to some indicator, in which case it forces the battle to be in a certain way. And as soon as you get past that, there's another block of values and then other blocks and so on and so forth. It's not different for every single individual number. So yeah, this was a 19-minute ONET, which is very strong for me at least. My normal ONETs are about a 1904. When we say ONET, we just mean at what time you down Captain Strong, and it's where most people end manipulation. I take manipulation just a little bit further to prevent enemy spawns on the way down to Tucson.
So what happens from here generically? You just sort of play the game without manipulation? Is there anything you need to keep in the back of your mind, or?
I mean, from here on out, we're ignoring the RNG numbers at this point, so we're not manipulating anything. As soon as you get off and you don't know what the RNG is and you have no route for anything, unless you like recognize certain enemy spawns or something like that as indicators of where you are, RNG is done for you. Just it's a normal run from here on out.
Cool.
So normally along this path, you'd see some evil mushrooms coming your way. So that's why Andy does this extra bit of manipulation here, just to avoid it, because those mushrooms could also easily end your run.
Yeah, and then I tap AB right before entering Tucson, because if you don't, there's a nice pack of enemies here at the entrance. So yeah, as soon as I enter Tucson, I'm done manipulating, and there will be no more manipulation anywhere in the entire run. Technically, you could continue manipulating if you wanted to. If you reset the console, every time you reset the console, the randomness gets reset to the same values. So if you really wanted to, you could reset at certain points and continue manipulating, but we've determined this category to be a single segment run, so to kind of prevent the manipulation abuse, which is what we wanted to avoid the run becoming.
Yes, that makes sense.
Yeah, if you want to see a run that does all the resetting, that's what any percent does.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if the manipulation continues, the run just simply becomes how far can you make it? Just if you hit one wrong button, it's bad. In my opinion, it becomes something that's just not fun to watch and also not fun to run. It's harder for me to watch chat when I'm having to make sure that I don't make a slight movement error or I don't, accidentally hit an extra button. And normally there'll be just, a half-second time loss that would end up being a full reset. So I'm just hoping that it doesn't go any further than ONET, and at least in single segment glitchless. If someone were to want to make a segmented glitchless run and do full manipulation, awesome, I'd be all for it. But I don't want to see single segment with it going any further.
Plus, additional time saves wouldn't be as significant because you've eliminated the only grinding section in the entire run. So what you'd be eliminating is just enemy spawns from here on out.
Yeah, I was gonna ask about that. I figured that the manipulation early on is so necessary because, especially in a lot of RPGs, you start out very low level and you don't really have many options, so getting through something like ONET quickly is probably a huge benefit early on, but then later on just sort of tapers off as far as the benefits.
Yeah, back pre-manipulation, the fastest I ever saw anyone finish ONET was Popham. Popham got through Captain Strong in 25 minutes and 47 seconds.
Wow.
And that's the fastest I've ever seen anyone do it. The normal average time for ONET was more like 27 to 28 minutes. And that was very risky, and you'd end up losing probably 80 to 90% of your runs before even getting past the 20-minute mark.
And also, what we mentioned about segmented, for anyone that's not familiar with that, once we start the game here, that means that we can no longer reset the console. You can go back to the title screen because that doesn't reset all the game's values back to a base amount. But once you start, if you do a full reset, then for anything as far as a record run would go, your time is done. Because everything, once you start, you just have to keep going. If you're doing it segmented, you can make a save and then reset, and then if you wanted to, manipulate certain of the more difficult sections.
Interesting fact about what you saw on the stream right there is I didn't actually go all the way up to the pencil. Some people, when they first see an Earthbound run, think that to continue the game or hit the trigger, you have to check the pencil or you have to see the pencil or something like that. All you actually have to do is load the pencil into memory, and the game flags it as you having visited it. So there was a member of the community that actually went through pixel by pixel and made a little image for us, and showing you exactly where you need to walk to have the pencil loaded in memory. It just saves a couple seconds, so you don't actually have to see it. You just now have to go to a certain point and then turn around knowing that it is loaded, and it was loaded into memory.
Another interesting fact, you may have noticed earlier in Tucson that there was a bike shop, and normally in games such as Pokemon, for example, the bike usually makes you go faster. In this case, the bike actually does not make it go faster, but back in the day, back in like 2013, 2012, earlier than that, people actually thought it did. So all of us kind of blindly did it without timing.
Yeah, I got the bike when I first started speedrunning, and I just got it blindly, just thinking it was faster.
And not only does it not help you go faster, it also plays a tune that will just drive you insane.
Nah,
Just make it
only
not fun for
drives you
anybody.
insane.
That's a lie.
Alex is a hater.
It's
I
a
like
terrible
that
song with a terrible bell.
The bell is something else. So, can you talk about how enemy spawns generally work? I saw that you were going off screen or resetting the screen to get them to go away.
Yeah, I mean, enemies will generally spawn off screen slightly, and as soon as you can, if you kind of imagine the screen extended, maybe you tack on another third of the entire screen's length and kind of make it a big square around the screen. That's how the radius that the game uses to spawn enemies. And as soon as enemies are back off of that roughly 1/3 extended screen, the game removes them. And if they want to respawn, you have to re-enter the area inside. And so yeah, we're kind of using that to our advantage and going up just enough so that they despawn and return to the area. And one interesting thing about that is you can actually kind of use that to your advantage. Sometimes when you know there's an enemy spawn area up ahead of you and you kind of feel the game lag slightly, you can kind of assume that the game spawned a bunch of enemies off screen and your game was lagged. And you don't even have to see the enemies to know that they're there. So sometimes in certain areas I will be walking in a certain way and I will feel the game lag, and I will just turn around before having seen the enemies because I know that the game spawned them off screen. That's especially relevant. I feel like the place that happens the most is in Grapefruit Falls, about an hour into the run.
It's also important to mention, if we get a bit more technical here, like basically the whole map is all one big map with a bunch of tiles, and then each specific tile has its own set of like different kinds of spawns you can get there, and like the % chance that an enemy will appear there also. So like in different spots it's a lot easier to despawn enemies, but there are certain tiles that are like 90%, 95% that it could take you a long time before they despawn. But like Andy said, if you kind of like push these enemies to a point where they're like near the edge of the tile and then you despawn it there, you kind of like decrease the chance even further of them spawning, because then like they can't load on the like the other side of like the whole extra side of the tile. It only has like 25% to work with, so it makes it a lot easier to despawn it every time you edge closer to the edge of the tile.
Got it, yeah, that makes sense.
Alright, so coming up is the, it's kind of a nasty fight outside of Paula's jail where she's being held at the moment. Because we're only level 9, and we don't have some of the equipment that you would normally get if you were just playing normally or playing without manipulation, we're kind of risked a bunch right at this point. I mean, we pick up the Holmes hat here, but it still doesn't raise our defense to where we would ideally like it to be. So as a result, this upcoming fight, our HP is 90, and the enemies that we fight, there's 2 cultists and a crow. Those cultists have a strong chance to attack, and when they do attack, they have a very strong chance to do over 25% of your HP. So they get the fight takes 2 rounds to get through at the very least. So if both of those cultists attack both rounds, very likely that you're dead, and there's just nothing you can do about it.
Yep. This is a section where even a single point of defense matters. If you have to do that backup route and the cops in Onet, you actually end up with 1 less defense, and that 1 defense can really matter, particularly if they call for help and you have to take like 5 hits. They can roll like in the upper teens, but they can roll up to 25. With that 1 less defense, they could roll like 26 to I think or possibly 27. And if they all roll their higher values with that 1 less defense, that could be the difference between you living with 1 HP or you just outright dying.
Yeah, and you saw right there that first cultist called for help, and that's just like an absolute relief. When you see one of them call for help and fail, it's like, oh good, I get through the fight. See, in this one I got 2 of them calling for help, so I end up getting out of the fight with a fairly high HP, and I don't actually have to use any of my psychic points to life up. So I believe at this point I could just use a hamburger and put myself back up to max. And I end up buying a croissant too, so I have a hamburger and a croissant to work with.
How much do random drops sort of play into the run? Are they like a benefit, things you can rely upon, things that have higher drop rates, or do you pretty much buy everything? Or find everything?
Pretty much everything in the run is purchased. There are a few select drops that are just kind of helpful, and then the vast majority of them are just kind of obnoxious because you have to drop them anyway.
Yeah.
The one that I think is helpful is the ghosts in 3 Tunnel can drop secret herbs, and that early in the run, it's actually kind of helpful.
In addition, there's also the Shattered Man with the 50% mummy wrap drop, which could be really helpful for Kraken.
Oh yeah, I haven't gotten that far in a long time. I forgot about that.
Yeah, that's probably the only one that you'll consistently see because we have to fight that enemy, and it's a 50% chance, but I mean that means it's like a 5% chance that you'll get it. But it
Exactly.
helps on Kraken. But a few other enemies, if you have to fight a farm zombie, again, most fight you don't want to get in any, but if you fight a farm zombie, they can drop a skip sandwich, which can help make 1 skip and Belta's base a little bit easier. And the Robo Pumps in Moonside, if you have to fight that one, it can drop a super bomb.
Alright, so coming up is the Carpainter fight. Carpainter fight is essentially he has an attack. His lightning attack has a 1 in 4 chance of hitting you, and every 3 turns he does that, and you're hoping that it hits you. But at the same time, you want to get out of the fight with very low HP because you need to do a death warp to get back to Tucson quickly. And the optimal enemy you need to do that death warp on is an enemy right at the entrance, and he doesn't do that much damage to you. He does about 30 damage per hit. So ideally you want to get out of this fight with pretty low HP so that death warp happens fairly quickly. So you're kind of like okay taking some damage here. You kind of want to be at a low point, and sometimes you don't want to have a one cycle because you can kill Carpainter in the first round if both of his lightnings hit and you hit for decent damage. You can kill Carpainter in 1 round, but sometimes you don't want that to happen because then you exit the fight with a lot of HP and the death warp takes a while.
That was fairly close, wasn't it?
Getting knocked down to 10.
Yeah, I mean, did you know he was going to life up, or...?
Yeah, Carpainter's turn orders scripted. Not a lot of bosses are scripted, but Carpainter is. So he always does lightning, life up, bash, lightning, shield, bash. Always in that order. And just knowing the turn order of when things happen, you can kind of heal preemptively so you won't die.
Totally.
It's very important. People know it'll make me mad. Once you know how Carpainter works, you never ever life up on the Thunder turn. He cannot kill you that turn, he can't kill you the next turn, and if he has his shield up, and if he hits you with the lightning and it reflects the lightning on a turn that you're using a life up, it can not only negate your life up, but it can also negate the lightning damage. It's a weird glitch that if you're using a psychic ability and reflecting back a psychic attack, it'll just completely stop your skill. And we had a
bizarre
race
glitch,
and a lot of people did that, and I got angry. Like you cannot die on the first or second turns, and it's really weird whenever your own psychic attack gets negated by the shield.
Yeah, and you're playing the HP a little bit too, because you have your safe HP range, where if you take mortal damage, you will still get a turn and you'll be able to heal up and avoid dying. And that safe range is right around like 22 to 25, where if you take mortal damage, you will still be able to get a heal off in time before you die. So we kind of use that knowledge. If you're below that amount, you need to heal before his turn where he attacks. And if you're at that point or above, you can just heal on the turn that he attacks to keep your HP as low as possible.
Oh god, I can feel the lag.
Yeah, these guys will cause a lot of it.
So right here, you just saw me move Ness's Holmes hat to Paula, and I dropped Paula's teddy bear. The teddy bears are a very nice item. They absorb 75% of all attacks, get eaten up by the teddy bear until the teddy bear disappears. But we need to do a death warp here and get back to Tucson. Death warps are just... There's a few situations where the game triggers your new death point location, but unless you've hit one of those triggers, your death point is just where you last saved. And we saved in the department store right before we withdrew all that money. So this is just the quickest way to get back to Tucson. So yeah, this is all just 100% random. We use the ATM card with Ness as just an empty turn, and we bash with Paula just in case the mole confuses himself to try and get rid of that to maximize the damage that he does to us. And just do that until we die ourselves. Withdraw some more money, go revive Paula, and continue on.
I feel like it's worth pointing out, if you really want to see the difference between, like, for example, world record holder like Andy and a lot of the other runners, watch Andy's menuing in the goods menu when he's moving stuff around. He knows exactly where everything in his inventory is going to be, and he knows where he wants to put it before he gets there. He spends almost zero time processing what's actually in his menu. You can lose a huge amount of time there, and you don't even realize it.
Yeah, one of the most important things with learning the game is knowing, that everything in your inventory should be in the same slot every time, so that you can open it up, go grab something, move it, or use it, and you're not going to have to spend any time messing around. For me, it actually throws my brain off pretty significantly if I look at my inventory, if I open it up to use something and I notice, I did a different cursor movement, what's wrong? Because I know that either I used an extra item that I didn't realize, or maybe I forgot something and just something is off in my inventory.
Yeah. This is a very common theme I hear among high-level RPG play. It's sort of like every game and every series has its own inventory system and mechanics with how inventory gets sorted, but in every instance I've had, at least on this show, everyone has sort of reflected upon that. If their inventory is out of whack, they sort of feel out of their comfort zone and something's wrong. So I've seen it everywhere, and it certainly makes a huge difference. I mean, if you think about RPGs, a significant amount of your actual playing is your menu management, so it would make sense that the top runners are sort of on top of what they're doing when they open the menu.
Also, don't do what I just did. I forgot what I was doing, and I went down to Apple Kit.
So can you
This is a nice little fact about Everdread is, in the early speedrunning days, we didn't realize Everdread was skippable. And if you just come back after you get rescued Paula, he doesn't actually attack you. When I first started speedrunning this game, I didn't realize that, and I just fought Everdread every time, and sometimes he killed my runs. Didn't realize that you could just not fight him.
While we're in the Chaos Theater, can you guys talk about sort of the legacy of this category? Who's been record holders, when it really got started?
Yeah, I mean, there's actually I have a little website that I kind of maintain. I just use it as a little personal data dump and a little wiki to keep information public if I want to pull it out. But on there, I have actually a history of the world records for this category, going back as far as I'm aware.
Oh, cool.
I'm just pulling that up right now.
I could go back a little further if you want to.
Oh, do you have more runs back before my list?
Kinda, yeah.
I know you mentioned it one time, and you were just like, "It's probably just my run." At like had like a 504 or something before that.
Yeah, I mean, like, way back. Like, I could go as far back as, like, Twin Galaxies, if you remember that.
That would be awesome. It's a little longer. Do you mind if I post this link in chat, Sonic?
Absolutely, go for it.
But yeah, I remember back in the day, like, with Starman Net forums and, like, Twin Galaxies, there was, like, this one guy who had maybe, like, a 6-hour something run way back. And I think, like, the very first, like, runs after that were, like, the segmented run on Speed Demo's Archive, which was also done by SDFG, who worked on the manip, as well as a task, too, on task videos. And then from there, that's when I started actually just doing single segment from there, because no one was really doing that. So I was pretty much the only one doing it for a couple of years. And then after my AGDQ appearance in 2013, then people started picking it up and really refining the route much further to cut like over an hour, essentially. So I managed to bring it down to the first ever sub 5 time of 4:56.
You did that one in SRL race, didn't you?
Yeah, and it was in a race as well when my PB was like a 5:18. It was kind of funny.
Right.
And that was back when the game was like not really optimized at all. It was really just me trying the best that I can with what I know. And then the community has grown tremendously since then, and now we have like kind of like nearly 100 posted runs on the leaderboards and probably like 30 something active runners at the moment.
That's really crazy.
Yeah, so it's kind of nice to come back at the beginning of this year to such a bigger community than when I started.
Yeah, if you look at the history, you can kind of see back in like early 2013 when Skateman had it, nothing was really happening. I mean, because there wasn't a lot of active runners. I know Ox did a run, Skateman did some runs here and there, but there was really no like Earthbound community to speak of. And then I picked it up and I've discovered SDFG and Popham and us three kind of started bringing the times down. You can kind of see the times drop really fast once late 2013 hit. I mean, you had the first run or first record that SDFG took of a 4:51 on August 29th. And then within 5 months, it was down to a 4:12. So another 40 minutes had been shaved off in 4 months. And then the time slowly crept down ever since then as just more and more things got optimized and more things got removed from the run that were deemed unnecessary.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a firm believer that a lot of people working on a run and route can do better than one or two persons, even if they're really, really good and they know a lot of information, just sort of ideas and strategies into what can be a little bit faster, a little bit more optimal. When you have a big community, I think it really helps out with the overall route.
Yeah, and right now you have Ultimo Ice that's kind of known for that. He always proposing these crazy ideas that everyone's like, that there's no way that will work. And he like spends tons of time into it, only to come back later and be like, I think it might be a little faster, but I'm not sure. But he's volunteered like 3 or 4 of these ideas, and some of them are still very intriguing.
Intriguing, but unfortunately very risky in some cases. But he's got good ideas, but I like to not spend an entire stream in Peaceful Rest Valley.
Sometimes you just bumble on top of stuff too. You won't see that for... Oh wait, we won't see that in this run. That's more recent than that.
See, and up to this point in the run, nothing has actually been that good. Peaceful Rest Valley was kind of rough. We're actually, the goal time that I have in my mind is enter Peaceful Rest Valley at 27 minutes. Or enter Happy Village at 27 minutes. And this one I think I entered it at like 27:40 or something. So it was already a lot slower than I was hoping for, but it was alive and not too far behind. So it was just like, I guess I'll just keep going. I mean, it was okay. But the second half of Winters is, I think it was a gold split for me, and probably I think it was like 15 seconds faster than I'd ever done it. So you'll see once I pass the Tessie section, it's just crazy how quick it is and how fast I bring my time back.
What have been the major reset points after manipulation, and I guess into the future a little bit?
I would say the most common reset point after that is the combination of Peace Forest Valley, Happy Happy Village. Those two areas are a very, very common reset point. And I would say runs that get out of Onet, 50 to 75% of my runs die in one of those two areas. And then beyond that, the next place is probably 3 Tunnel is the next common reset point. And then after that, Mole Cave, but not as much. Mole Cave is not too much of a reset area. Things can go south, but it's not as common. And then after that, the big one is Department Store. Department Store is really just like a 50-50 shot. 50% of the time you get bad spawns or you get a nasty fight and you just die. And in my opinion, once you get past that, the rest of the run is so much less reset heavy than the first half. Like once you get past Department Store, something crazy has to go wrong for you to lose your run. And that's roughly halfway through. So it's like nobody likes talking about a PB possibly happening until you get past the Department Store, because it's essentially a coin flip and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, wow.
And there's nothing we can really do to optimize that other than if we had more levels, or I guess really more levels, or bought a lot of defensive items, which would completely screw things later. If you're on a really good pace, you can actually make it to where if you make a safety save, you can die and then just reload and you'll be all right. But it's a pretty hefty time loss, so you're going to need to make sure that you're far enough ahead if you want to invest in that.
I think that's about right. Though just those 2 spots that are more or less hoping you get through it. The 2 cultist fight and the Department Store are the only places I can think of where you can lose pretty much no matter what you try to do. Every other point in the game, there's some combination of bad luck and bad decision that gets you to a dead run.
So right here you're watching there's kind of a spawn that you saw, the dog on the right, and I kind of go left just far enough and pray there's not a spawn in a bad spot to get rid of them. Sometimes there can be a goat over on the left, and the goats are terrible, and they can kill you. The dogs are not as bad. They only do 1 damage to you because of your defense, and they drop you blood rolls. So it's actually okay if you get into a dog fight here.
Yeah.
And
go ahead.
no, I don't have anything.
The dog can give you up to 3 HP and 1 offense. That 1 offense can actually matter a little bit, because you can 1 cycle this next fight, or 2 cycle, but it's fairly rare. But the main thing is if you get that extra 3 HP, it makes it fairly consistent that even if the fight goes bad, that you're going to at least have the ability to get through like 3 turns of the fight.
Hey, you can 1 cycle it if you want.
No, yeah, you could. Yeah, you have an item in your inventory to 1 cycle it. But
You 1 cycle it, and then the next big boss turns into a 9 cycle. Yeah, one small little fact you saw right there is the Bubble Monkey kind of lagged behind right before I got on Tessie, and if you actually trigger the Tessie sequence before Bubble Monkey gets to you, he has a really slow walk back to you. So it's faster to wait for him to come to you than it is to trigger it and have him slowly walk over to you. So you saw me stop for a couple seconds waiting for Bubble Monkey to catch up.
Speaking of Bubble Monkey, or speaking of triggered, I guess Bubble Monkey is kind of like the bane of Earthbound speedrunners sometimes in this area, because you can't really control what he does, and he kind of just, derps around and stays in
He
place.
can trigger fights, which is the obnoxious part.
Oh, really? Whoa.
So yeah, if you skip an enemy sprite, Bubble Monkey can lag behind. He's like, "Oh, I'm coming!" And he comes back and collides with the enemy and forces a fight. Which is what it prevents. There's 3 fights in the next area that are all pretty much forced fights. But you can skip the third one, and you can skip pretty commonly as long as Bubble Monkey relatively cooperates. You can skip the first one with some heavy Bubble Monkey cooperation and some very, very tricky movement. I don't even try for it. And you can skip the second one. The second one is the one that's more likely in like a setting like this. And I would say 25% of the time I get past him with Jeff, but then 99% of the time when I get past him with just Jeff, Bubble Monkey's lagging behind and forces the fight.
Yeah, getting both skips, and then I call it a unicorn. It's something that a lot of runners that you might have been running for a long time and you've probably never gotten both skips. Because while the protoplasm skip, you can learn how to execute it properly, it still relies on Bubble Monkey. But the duck, it depends on where he spawns, if he's going to react to you, if Bubble Monkey's going to cooperate. There's a ton of factors, and it's just better just to realize that you're most likely going to get in that fight.
So here's the duck right here. The duck, if he spawns a little further south and you drag him down, you can skip him, but I don't even bother. If he's not in the right place, I just take the fight. The first protoplasm fight is actually very common. It's kind of a little bit of a meme in the community, just because it's another one of those random fights. He's not going to end your run, but he can kill you. If he calls for help, or you miss, or he just bashes every single turn, you're probably just dead. And it's not the end of the world. You end up losing about 45 to 50 seconds, and you can recover and just come back and do it again. But it's just really obnoxious when you die, because there's not much you can do about it. But it's not a run ender.
So you skipped that one, right? The last one?
Yeah, I got that lucky Bubble Monkey movement and allowed me to skip him. Because all these enemies in this cave, or those presents, whenever you trigger them and aggro on them, they move in a straight line at that position that you were at. So you kind of get them to move at you and then quickly skip around them. And as long as Bubble Monkey follows you closely, you won't trigger the fight. So this little pond cave right here is the best I've ever had it. You'll see very few spawns. You saw me go in and out once. So I've had one despawn so far. And I'm not even despawning this, I'm just stuttering around it.
What is the benefit of stuttering?
Some enemies, their movement pattern is to only move when you're moving, but they only trigger that movement when you've been moving for a few frames. So if you can move for a couple frames at a time, then those enemies will never actually move, and you can just slowly walk around them without them ever moving, without initiating the fight. Not all enemies are like that. You can just see, like, I think I had 3 total despawns in this cave and I got through it, which is absolutely phenomenal. I have never had another cave like this again.
Now, go ahead.
The one that's interesting about Earthbound compared to a lot of RPG speedruns is, like, it may not look optimized at time with how the spawns work, because you look at things like the Final Fantasies that have step counts and they go through the whole game. Earthbound, it's going to be different every time you run it. You're going to see situations that you've never seen before in most every run. Some sections are going to be just phenomenal, and then you're going to get through another one and it's not going to be as good, but then you're going to get to another one and there's going to be no spawns at all. And it's with how the spawns work and with how a lot of the bosses can react to you, as well as Jeff, if he decides to roll good on damage. The situations in this, and like what the game is optimized, but it's going to be different, like every viewing experience. That's the main reason I like it, is each run is going to be very different. But what we do every time is always going to be static. But one of the biggest factors of getting a high tier time is how well you react to bad situations and knowing what's the most optimized way to get out of a situation that the game throws at you that's unfavorable.
Totally. I can both relate in some of my games, and I've heard similar to others. People like randomness in the game to the extent that it causes them to need to have a mastery in order to play the game efficiently. Whereas, if you just did the manipulation the whole run, it would lose that appeal. You wouldn't really be like playing the game, like you're playing the game, but the game's sort of playing you. But that's not the case here, and that's cool.
This is one of those nice sequence breaks. 40 minutes or roughly 50 minutes into the run, you have about a 2-minute cutscene. The Skyrunner fog going over to some of the later areas to intrigue you. But yeah, at this point in the run, this is a very, very quick time for me. I think I get a sub 55-minute Jeff joins, which is pretty dang quick. I mean, it's not unheard of because the run started a little rough, but to bring it back to that time with the kind of start I had, it's exceptional.
Now, I was looking at the some of the battles you had before, and I sort of remember this from my casual experience, that in battles, it seems like the miss rate and the critical rate is higher compared to other series that I've played. Can you guys like talk about that a little bit? Is that one true? And if it is, if you could expand on it.
The miss rate, Ari can speak more to the actual math that gets involved with this, because that's like his specialty. And Ari knows all the mechanics to this game a lot better than I do. I think you, regardless of what you're using, you have a 1 in 20 chance, if I'm not mistaken, to just miss.
So bash command attacks have a 1 in 16 chance of missing, excluding the Casey. Jeff's like shoot weapons, like his gun and stuff, actually have a 0 in 16 chance of missing. However, the enemy also gets a chance to dodge.
So yeah, after that 1 in 16 roll, another 1 in 16 roll happens for them to dodge or something, or it's based on speed.
Yeah, it's based on speed.
So you actually get different texts based on what happens. If you just get the 1 in 16 roll, like Ari was saying, you just get like a nest missed or something like that. If the enemy, then after that moves through, the enemy gets another chance to roll based on speed and everything, and gets a chance to dodge its attack. And if the enemy dodges, you know that you made contact, but the enemy dodged, which is kind of interesting. You get to know how you, or what happened to actually cause the miss.
And what about criticals?
Criticals are, I actually do know the math to that one. Criticals are it's a 1 in 20 chance, regardless of your guts. So essentially, it's that the guts or the smash equation is your amount of guts over 500 is your chance to smash, and then it's guts over 500 or 1 in 20, whichever is larger. And yeah, that's essentially what happens.
I guess like another important equation to talk about too is the run chance too. It doesn't really factor in much in the beginning of the game, but in the second half of the game, there's a lot of points where your speed is actually quite important, and we get items to boost speed, and then we use that to give us an advantage in running away quicker, because it basically compares both speeds, and then basically every turn you don't successfully run, it adds like 10%.
Yeah, and then another factor of the speed equation is speed is what determines Jeff's bottle rocket damage. And
yeah, that's huge.
It's something you wouldn't even think of, that Jeff's speed is what influences how much damage when he fires a rocket at someone. But it influences it heavily. And later on in the run, we'll actually equip certain items on Jeff specifically so that he will do more damage with his bottle rocket.
So now we're watching over a minute of level up mashing. Just defeated Boogie Tent. And he could be pretty rough. Ask Ori about that. He dies to him all the time, unfortunately.
This is the last boss of Glitchless.
Carpainter's the last boss of Glitchless. Everything else is expansion content.
You'll see.
Yeah, we've actually kind of been playing around with what exactly to do for this part here. I've seen some different strats. I actually like one of Ultimo's new strats, although for timing I haven't really figured out whether it's faster, the same, or slower.
At this point, for me, I like to put Jeff's better gun on, because I'm the proponent. I very, very rarely use Rockin' in the 3 tunnel. I prefer conserving Nessa Psyche points. And then instead, I'm looking for the double zombie fight, in which case I will do a fire with Paula, and then both Jeff and Ness will smash or bash one of them, and that's enough damage to kill one of them. And then on second round, I defend with Paula and have Ness and Paula or Jeff bash the other one to death. And I feel that's a combination of safety and still getting through the fights relatively quickly.
So you won't see it in this run because it wasn't known at the time, but our friend Ori here discovered something really awesome with this mock pizza guy. You want to explain that, Ori?
Oh yeah, so when NPCs come to deliver you stuff, they'll find it as like one side of the screen they can walk from. They'll walk to you, and then try to walk off in a different direction. Although apparently all it will check for is that they have a direction to walk to you, and then not worry about when they leave. So you can actually walk inside that tent. The dude will come over from the other side of the tent, hand you the zombie paper, and then poof, disappear.
Because he can't find a second route to leave.
Right. So the joke is, it is just a tent. He probably just lifts up the flap and leaves. But there's a lot of little stuff like that that I'm starting just now to go back through and kind of basically verify all of our assumptions that we make throughout to see if there's other little tiny things that'll save time throughout the run. Because I'm not sure anybody's actually done that kind of optimization yet.
That alone was a pretty cool discovery, though, because it saves probably 3 or 4 seconds of just watching the mock pizza guy go off screen.
And when I first heard about that, what I thought it was whenever he's moving on screen, there's a small window where you can move. I thought people were moving into the tent as he's coming, and I thought, that kind of sounds like a glitch, but since he can naturally go in there, that's different. Because that's one thing, is as we're really looking for any new small time saves, we had to be careful not to kind of encroach that line of what's a glitch and, what are we trying to save a couple of seconds with by turning things into a glitched run. There was one thing that Papa was working on.
The NPC thing.
Mm-hmm. And Popham was working on one strategy that was very cool, but I don't know how
it
I felt
bordered
about
pretty
it.
heavily on a glitch. Are you talking about the death warp using a crow or a whirling robo or a UFO outside Apollo's jail?
Yeah, because what he would do is looking at grabbing the spawns from above the cliff and having them attack you while you're down below and having them reach you through a wall. And I don't know, that sort of approaches glitchy territory.
The interesting fact about the run right here, Paula is dead, and this is the first room of the 3 tunnel. So I initially thought the run was dead right here, because Paula is dead before I even made it to the slimy little pile, or the boss of this tunnel. So essentially knowing this, to be able to output enough damage on the boss of this tunnel, I had to not use any psyche points to get, or at all, the rest of the area, because I have available to me 4 Rockins and 4 bottle rockets. But none of those bottle rockets are guaranteed to hit. A lot of those will miss. So I knew that if I wanted to get through this tunnel still alive, I needed to not get into any fights and to avoid using any psychic points. And luckily I got that.
Yeah, if you're not familiar, this boss up here will give you the crying status that increases your chance to miss by 8 out of 16. So you will miss more than half of the time. Not to mention your bashes are going to do in the ballpark of 1 to 10 damage. So as soon as you run out of those resources, you're done.
And Paula being dead is also kind of hurtful too, because she doesn't gain any experience. And I need Paula to be able to know freeze beta to down Belch. So if things go poorly and I miss the Foppy fight in the Belch's base or something, I kind of have to force the fight to still happen because I need that freeze beta.
Yeah, you
And
guys
generally, you're
talked
going to
about-
go through and get in fights in Belch's base.
Right. So I was gonna say, you discussed before how the grinding really occurs in the first 20 minutes, and then past then it doesn't. So does it mostly it comes from bosses? Do you have to go out and fight stuff throughout the run? Or?
Bosses, encounters that are kind of forced just because of really high spawn rates in very small areas. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, your bosses are going to give you enough experience to go through the game, but in places like here in Belch's base, these Fabi fights, they give you a lot of experience, so it doesn't hurt to fight them if it's just like 1 to 3. I'd prefer not to fight any more than that. And I mean, if possible, if I can get through there without fighting any at all, then hooray. But in the end, if I have to end up fighting like 1 or 2 groups of 3, that's okay. It happens, and it makes Mole Cave safer a little bit later. But that's a big place. And here too, where lag really helps, it's easy to get into a pickle, have spawns on both sides of you, and one easy way to tell if spawns are coming is if you can tell, okay, I got a lot of lag on my screen, I need to back up a little bit.
one interesting thing to note about it when you're running this, for a lot of higher level runners will know very quick, know to a very detailed point how auto attacking works. Because if you don't know how auto attack works and in what situations Ness will take different actions, it can really screw you up. For example, when Ness is below 25% of his max HP, Ness won't bash, Ness will life up. And I've done that before when I was auto-attacking a couple crows after getting Paula, and Ness was below that 25% threshold, and I just auto-attacked, and Ness lifed himself up, and as a result, I couldn't do a fast death warp. So I lost a lot of time because the death warp took so long. So it's a lot of little things like that. Knowing how auto-attack works, knowing if you take damage, you should probably take it off because you don't even bother lifing up here, because the point is just keep bashing.
I think that's about the gist of auto fight. If anybody's below 1/4 HP, then Ness or Pooh will attempt to heal them. It also really loves curing status effects, even if you don't care about them at all. It will go through and try to heal any of them before you go back to bashing.
Yeah, I think the priority list is why if someone who's near death and then status effects with like more detrimental ones first and then attacking.
And I think that's really neat about that is you could actually use it to your advantage too, because like sometimes you have, you know, like a full party or something, but someone's about to die. So instead of having to menu everybody, you can just like queue an auto fight really quickly and then get that life up before that character dies, for example, and then you can cancel the auto fight by mashing B, and then you're fine.
And the way it triggers of whether or not you're going to get a life up whenever you're auto fighting, it's not that their HP has to be below that mark. It's if they are scrolling down to death or below that 25% mark. That's whenever it'll queue up an actual heal.
So there's a little bit of stutter stepping. Have you explained that mechanic yet?
Yeah, we explained it in Pawn Cave a bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the number of areas where it's going to be useful is going to start to decrease. The next place where Belch's base, it can be helpful, but the next place where it's major is Mole Cave, and then after that, it's pretty sparingly in where it's going to get used. After you get to later points of the game, you start getting enemies that are either always aggressive or have the spinning motion that just can't be stutter stepped.
You notice in this area, I was being very cautious about going back and forth, and it was to avoid this fight, even though I could have avoided this fight. I forgot about this fight too. This is pretty bad. It's very easy because there's two spawn tiles that are very close together when you exit Saturn Valley. When you're going up and down trying to despawn the one to the north, you can inadvertently cause the spawn tile in the south to trigger. And by doing so, you get yourself pinned between two fights and you can't despawn any of them. And the fights here are kind of nasty. So I was going very slowly to be able to catch the spawns as early as possible so that I don't get myself in that situation. Because if you're just walking at full speed, you'll probably go further north than you wanted to, than you needed to be able to see there was enemies up there. And by going further north, you have a higher chance to trigger that spawn tile to your south and get yourself pinned.
This is the epic 3 minutes, right?
Yeah, that fight that happened right before the waterfall, I was trying to basically get there first. I forgot about this. Make it.
This is Ask Andy time.
This is so good.
Yeah, during this 3 minutes, I always put myself big and the game small because nothing's happening on the game. And I take these 3 minutes to just do a little Q&A time, and whatever people want to ask me, I answer. Just to keep things interesting.
I'm going to ask you a question. What's your opinion on Mother 3 compared to Mother 2?
I think Mother 3's story is superior to Earthbound, but I think the gameplay of Earthbound is better. I think the soundtrack of Earthbound is better. I think the dialogue is better in Earthbound, and I think Earthbound is a much better speedrun than Mother 3. But as a casual game, Mother 3 has a much better story, in my opinion.
That you all find out later on. 90% of the games are relevant.
I agree with everything except I like the OST in Mother 3 a little better.
Oh yeah.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, the Mother 2 or Mother 3 makes for kind of a rough speed run, just because the first 2 hours of the speed run is pretty much just like developing story, and there's not a lot happening. If the game were to start like 2 hours in and just skip all that stuff and just have like a 10-minute or like a 5-minute prologue, then it would be a much better speed run. But because of that intro, it's pretty rough.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Yeah, and the problem with Mother 3, it's like the cutscene to gameplay ratio is just abysmal. Like, while here in Earthbound, as I said, we got 25 minutes input breaks, and there's a good bit of dialogue. It all flows very nicely. Mother 3 has chunks of just huge spans of time where it's just text mashing, and even if you wanted to read it, it'd be pretty irrelevant, in my opinion, because I don't like the game. But just, it's not a good speedrun, unfortunately.
It's a lot longer too. I think the record is like, was it like 6 hours?
I think it's high 6 hours.
It's like around 6.5 hours glitchless, I think. But then like he also found some glitches to cut like maybe half an hour to be like a low 6 hour.
Yeah.
Oh, it's probably a good time. What are the other main categories for Earthbound?
I would say the other most main category, like mainstream, is just straight any percent. And that's the record for that is 1 hour and 6 minutes, and that's held by Nemi. He just kind of came out of Nemi 43. He's well known in the Super Mario Galaxy community for being just like incredible at the game but never streaming. He came out of nowhere and just like threw out a very fast run. I mean, he's done Earthbound in the past, so it wasn't like completely out of nowhere, but he didn't like announce or talk to anyone about it. He just like, oh, people are doing 80% again. Here's a better route, and he was like, oh, this is 16 minutes faster than the record. Okay.
Holy crap.
Yeah, he had it for a while, and then Andy took it from him, and then Arlex here had his moment in the sun for what, a day? And
No. The tradition is 1 week.
It was a week. Okay.
1 week.
I went. I don't know if I went to work.
No, it was 14 days.
It was 2 weeks. We had 2 full weeks. I came into his channel one day, and I looked in and I saw, you don't have the record. What? And it was just Nemi, and it was a video on YouTube, and I don't think anyone's even heard from him since then. I think he did that in Super Mario Galaxy too. Like, he just kind of came in and got it, and like, oh look, here's the record time. And everyone's like, oh, we can't beat that.
And it goes back to, I mean, I think the route now has the potential to take world record back for any percent. The issue is just you have to play perfectly for an entire hour. If you make a single mistake, it's time to start over.
Yeah, because you've cut out a lot of the resets, haven't you?
Just, I mean, you pretty much reset 3 times, that's it.
So this little bend that you're seeing me go through right now is kind of nasty. There's a high percentage spawn rate of foppies and slimy little piles. And slimy little piles are extremely obnoxious for one reason. There's a few enemies in the game where there's a scripted fight and the game doesn't want you to run from it. So what the game did instead is they flagged that enemy to be unrunnable, which makes sense. So you can't run, you have to fight it. But the developers were lazy, and instead of flagging just that one enemy that's a scripted fight to be unrunnable, the game was like, oh, let's just flag them all to be unrunnable. So, for example, all the cultists that randomly spawn in Happy Village, they're all unrunnable fights because you had 2 scripted fights with them that were kind of they were forced into it because of the story. The game didn't want you to be able to run because they wanted you to finish it. So as a result, all cultists are unrunnable, and because you have this fight right here that's scripted, every single slimy little pile you fight anywhere else is also unrunnable. So you really want to avoid those.
So normally you could actually avoid that guard completely as long as there's no other enemies on the screen. But unfortunately, while he was stutter stepping, there were flies on the other side of the screen, and you can't stutter step past flies, and you really don't want to get into a fight with them. So you'd rather just take the one pile fight and then carry on.
Yeah, you saw me kind of try and stutter over past it until I saw flies. I was like, oh, I guess I'll take the fight. So this fight is pretty quick. He's just spamming freeze betas, rockins, and bottle rockets until he dies. You can try and make it go a little faster if you optimize and get some higher rolls. You can get a 2-cycle, but I did the math and it's so unlikely to get a 2-cycle. I don't even bother doing any special stuff for it. And when I say to get a 2-cycle, I mean like round 1, someone used the fly honey, and then everyone else did attacks, and round 2, everyone else did attacks, and he's dead. The chance to get it, I think I calculated down to like a 2% chance. And it requires you moving the fly honey over to Paula on the first round. So I don't even bother. I just put leave the fly honey on Ness, which is the person who originally got it after Boogie Tent, and just start spamming attacks on after that first round, and you get a little bit of extra damage using in those 2 rounds because both Ness and Paula are attacking instead of using the fly honey, and it usually works out to just be a 3-round fight, which is normally what happens even if you try to go for the faster one. You also saw that I used the exit mouse out to get out of the Belch's base. Exit mice are kind of wonky in this game in the way they work. Once you go through certain doors, the game flags that as an exit mouse exit location. And as long as you are in a dungeon, it doesn't matter what dungeon you're in, the game will take you back to that location. So it's abused heavily in the all photos run. You kind of go into a dungeon and then clip out of bounds to a different location, but you're still in a dungeon, so they use an exit mouse, but the game has still flagged you to take you back to the entrance of a different dungeon, so it takes you there instead. But we used it right there to get back to the entrance of Belch's base instead of going around the back way, and through Saturn Valley, which is much slower. So we just bypassed the second trip through Saturn Valley. And then here we're grabbing a skip sandwich DX, and that skip sandwich is to be used in Monatoy building to get a bunch of enemy skips.
So speaking of photos, since there is a category out there called all photos, basically you go around and collect all the 32 fuzzy pickle spots around the game. But obviously in this category you want to avoid those as much as you can. So if you want to get like the most optimal run, you'd only get 3 of those photos. But there are a few spots where you could actually get unlucky and then accidentally trigger the spot, and you can end up getting more photos. But yeah, ideally you want just 3 photos.
So yeah, there's already been a couple of those photos that we intentionally skip. For example, there's one right in front of the Chaos Theater. If you take a single step down, that's a single pixel step down, you trigger a photo. But we avoid that by kind of guiding ourselves along the wall into the building. And by doing so, we skip the photo entirely. And then we kind of use some teleport shenanigans later on by teleporting past the zones where you're kind of forced to walk through. And by teleporting through it, you skip the photo trigger as well. You'll see that, I think the most common one to do that is the skip or getting into the pyramid in Scaraba. There's a photo zone right in front of the door, and there's no way to like get yourself in. But if you teleport and get lucky and crash far enough in, then you skip the photo zone.
I never knew you could take a bus here.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So yeah, here we're just trudging through the desert, just getting to the east side. We want to avoid all these enemies here. They're pretty powerful. The HPs aren't too big of a deal. Paula can pretty much freeze beta any of them in one shot, but we would like to avoid all of them if possible, because if you get unlucky, they can kill you. Because we're still pretty under-leveled for where we are. I mean, the game expects you to have killed the Trillion-Age Sprout already, which is the boss right after Belch's base. But we bypass that because we're so under-leveled and we pretty much have 0 chance of surviving that dungeon. So we bypass it and we just come back to it later.
Right, so you're doing a lot of these sanctuaries out of order, right?
Yeah, so we kind of do, we do this first sanctuary, which is kind of one that's kind of forced on you. And then we skip Mondo Mole, which is the one in Happy Happy Village. And then we skip Trillionage. And then the 4th one is Plague Rat in the sewers. We skip that one. 5th one is Lumine Hall. We skip that one. And then the 5th one is Pink Cloud, I'm sorry, we skipped that one. And then we start doing them where we do Lumine Hall. And then if you want, you could go do Fire Spring, but essentially we do 1 and then 6. And then at that point, it kind of varies on which ones people do and in what order.
Yeah, there's also Shroom as well.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. So yeah, you do 1, 4, 6, and then, or 1, 7. I'm sorry, I'm getting my numbers out of order. 1, 4, 7, and then usually it's like
5,
5.
6, 8.
That's
Yeah.
kind of runner's choice, but yeah.
You're just teleporting to places at this point?
Yeah, at the end of the run, you're just kind of teleporting around and grabbing the locations that you skipped. Because you were either under-leveled or you have to teleport there anyway to get there, so just go later.
Yeah, I would imagine once you're stronger, it's better to clear out the easier ones.
So yeah, upcoming next is the Mole Cave. Mole Cave is it can be kind of a tricky spot for a lot of newer runners. And it can be tricky for a lot of newer runners to get through in one go. It requires a lot of enemy despawning, knowledge of how much damage enemies will do to you, and taking advantage of your rolling HP meter to still stay alive whenever you do take mortal damage. There's me accidentally talking to the lady twice. So yeah, with the Mole Cave, 2 freeze betas will kill any mole. But if the mole goes first and does mortal damage to Paula, and Paula gets the 1 in 4 chance to solidify the mole, that extra text that comes from solidifying the enemy is just enough time that Paula dies before Ness, even if he has a life up queued, can life up Paula. So that's the one thing that can cause you to die. It's a very, very rare sequence of events to occur. Mole has to outspeed everybody. Mole has to attack Paula, and then Paula has to get the 1 in 4 chance to solidify. If all of those events occur, Paula's dead. So you have a kind of an out by getting a secret herb about halfway through the dungeon and reviving Paula, but even the secret herb is only a 75% chance to revive. It has a 25% chance to fail, and if that fails to revive Paula, your run is just dead.
Yeah, that's what's kind of unfortunate with the English version, is that the amount of text that is added compared to the Japanese version, Mother 2, is kind of like really important, especially for battles, because battles, with the rolling HP and all that, and the text going way faster, you would probably survive in the Japanese version, even with that situation.
Yeah, the battles go much faster in the Japanese version, so you can play much riskier in battles and let your HP get down a lot further just because the text goes faster and you get to your turn sooner.
Yeah, the safe range drops from 22, 23 all the way down to 14, 15, I would say, maybe.
It's one of the few times where the amount of text doesn't just affect the length of the game, but affects battles directly. I got one of those few rolls right there where Jeff went before Paula, and his big bottle rocket did enough damage to kill the mole. So that's very fortunate in that you can save some of your psyche points on Paula, and it makes the rest of the cave a little bit safer because I was able to save 9 of them right there. So yeah, and then the rest of this dungeon, I'm aware of where spawn tiles are, and I'm kind of keeping my eye on where the spawn tiles are as soon as I cross them, so I know if I need to head backwards.
Yeah, and what Felix was saying earlier, stutter stepping plays a pretty big part in this dungeon, because there's a lot of spots where there are snakes or ants and really beneficial spots that you can actually just stutter step them. You can save a lot of time if you actually are good at stutter stepping and know the certain situations where you could actually stutter step it without getting in trouble.
And this has been a very, very good mole cave so far. There's only been 2 spawns that have had to actually despawn since that first mole. And that bend that I went around through there is a very, very heavy spawn area. And the fact that I only despawned 2 enemies total through that whole process is wonderful. Usually you end up despawning a lot more than that. The reason I kind of wiggled around right there and drew the mole down to me is if I go up to meet the mole, I go far enough north to trigger the spawn tile to my south, and those enemies will reappear. So by dragging him down, I stay far enough south that those enemies will never respawn. There's enemies that spawn at the bottom of the rope is what I'm referring to. They weren't there.
Do these bosses have different stats, or are they exactly the same?
No, all 5 are literally the exact same. All have, I think
They're
it's
all
386 HP.
Ah.
Yeah, they all claim to be the 3rd strongest mole.
Right. But they are all the 3rd strongest.
Yeah, pretty much.
See, what do I do right here? I saw that snake over there, but I don't trust my stuttering abilities enough. And this is such a high spawn rate area that I decided to pull him out and then stutter around him to give myself more room to work with.
Yeah, that was a great example of like how stuttering really shapes some time off.
Yeah.
See, I think that's roughly a 90% spawn area. So as soon as if you come out and there's no enemies, it's probably roughly a 10% chance. And sometimes you roll that 90% way too many times. So I since I got that once, but there was an enemy off to the side, I decided just to take it and pull him out and stutter around him.
Is that a smile on their face, or is that their nose?
Oh, I think that's a smile. I always imagined it was a really big smile. Oh, you know, it's probably a nose, actually. I don't even know. Now that you say it's a nose, it looks more like a nose than a smile.
I was gonna say I thought it was
This kind of thing comes up all the time.
Oh, does it? Yeah.
Like the, who was it? The annoyed reveler or something in Foreside, who everybody thought that was a bag, but I think it's a shoe.
Here's another one of those high spawn rate areas, right where I'm going right now, where that guy is, and I just made a terrible mistake by going too far south and checking the area. I pulled him up to me accidentally, and I normally would not have done that, but I made a mistake, so I'm kind of dealing with it and just trying to survive.
Yeah, so both those enemies are probably like the 2 worst ones in the cave. The rope really hits you hard, and it's really hard to actually defeat it. Like it's weak to fire a bit, and bashes don't do that much, so it kind of takes a lot of effort to get rid of them. And then the ant on top of it can also paralyze, and I think poison as well.
Yeah, and that's one of those cases where the extra psychic points that I saved from that first mole really paid off, because I'm still at a point where I can use freeze beta twice on the last 2 moles. That's why I used a freeze alpha on that noose man instead of a freeze beta when I did. It was to conserve my psychic points so I wouldn't have too few. You're also noticing that every single first round I'm using a life up on Paula. That's because regardless of what attack Paula takes, she's dead. And as long as I'm lifing her up, I'm safe. And if Jeff takes the hit, I will just ignore him and get the second freeze off with Paula, and Jeff will still stay alive before the fight ends. So it's really just a safety to keep Paula alive, because she's really the only one that's in danger of dying in those fights.
Paula is quite the glass cannon, right? She deals all the damage, but is very vulnerable.
Yeah, she has low HP throughout the entire run. I think at Gygas she has just over 200. All of these mad ducks, so the way that running, so you'll see sometimes the enemies will run from me. And there's certain equations that the game uses to determine whether a game runs from you. And once you're at a certain threshold, enemies will run from you 75 or 50% of the time. Once you hit another level, the enemies will run 75% of the time, and then another level 100%. And based on where my level is right now, those ducks will run for me 75% of the time. So sometimes you'll see me approach groups and kind of wait for them to see if they'll aggro on me or run for me. That's because I'm kind of testing them to see if they'll all run for me. And if they will all run for me, I'll just walk through them. But if one will come at me, I will respawn the entire area, because as soon as one initiates a fight, the rest will join.
Yeah, that's pretty much another good reason why you do all those sanctuaries much later, because you get to some dungeons where the enemies will just simply run away from you pretty much most of the time.
See, right here I'm grabbing the Platinum Band. That's just a sell later for extra money to buy multiple bottle rockets. And here I'm just doing quick inventory management to get everything over to Paula. Paula's about to be stolen from my party. And so as a result, I kind of just use her as a mule to carry all my items that I can't drop because they're technically key items. But I don't want to call Escargo Express to store them. So I just kind of dump them on her. And so I can use Ness and Jeff and hold as many bottle rockets and bombs as I can.
And here's the point of the run where everyone's routes actually kind of differ everywhere. That's what's kind of really interesting about this game is there isn't really like the optimal route, just kind of like a general idea of what you should be doing. And like all the top 5 runners do something different from here on out as far as either dungeon order or what they buy and things like that, or like moving items to specific people. That's what makes this game pretty interesting. It kind of gives people their own kind of like creative route that works for them.
And sometimes I will actually sleep there in that shack after finishing this cave to restore all my HP and stuff. But because Ness has enough psyche points, I'm just kind of looking for one butterfly ideally. And with that one butterfly, I'll restore as many psyche points as I need on Ness to get through the next section. I think I end up not finding one, then once I reach Foresight, I re-enter to grab a butterfly. Because there's a high spawn rate of butterflies in these caves.
Yeah, it's the same case when going into Mole Cave. I had to go deal with a rattlesnake on my back porch. I don't know if you explained it, but when it use the sleep before the Mole Cave, if I have enough psychic points where 1 or even 2 butterflies will get me up to where I need, I'll do that instead of sleeping, because 2 butterflies is still even marginally faster than going into that cabin with extra screen transitions.
I guess I got lucky and I got a butterfly right on the way, so that's exactly what I wanted. So now I've got enough HP and enough psychic points to last me all until I get to Shroom, which is I'll have a full heal before then anyway. So now we're just gonna go. We have to hand off the diamond that we got. You actually have to talk to Geraldo, the guy standing outside the mine, to trigger that diamond being given to you. So you get that diamond and get handed off, and then you're forced to watch the Runway 5 show. They won't let you leave until you do watch it, unfortunately. Coming up after this is the department store, and it's what is really the last really heavy RNG fight section of the game. And it's the top floor of the department store. It can be a big clump of spawns, and if you're really lucky, there's 0 spawns at all. But if you get into a fight and there's a guitar in the fight, high chance that you die, because if that guitar has a move where you can put everyone in your party to sleep, you don't get out of sleep in time to do enough damage to the enemies and you end up dying. So that's the one thing you're hoping that does not happen. Getting put to sleep is terrible. Otherwise, you just use the super bombs that you pick up right before that sequence and just bomb them both and move on.
And the way this game works, for me, I generally consider it to be like the 2 halves to be sort of like just separate entities. The first half, which is up until you finish the Monotoli building, there's a lot more RNG splits, as well as it's heavier on your inventory management because you're going to have a lot of things coming and going from your inventory. And then the second half, there's a lot more execution-based splits, such as the Pyramid or with Lumine Hall and Starman Base, knowing really how to deal with spawns. But this first half, you're at the mercy of the game a lot more, and with the better runner that you get, the better that you know of how to deal with certain situations. Like in the department store, you can skip spawns on the top floor, but generally you can't. But it's really knowing if, okay, I got this certain spawn, I need to hold down right when I get off the escalator, or I need to just hold left and I can get away from them. But it's just something that comes with experience. The longer you do it, the more that you'll know, when you see a certain spawn somewhere, knowing that you'll either be fine or you'll be able to handle it better than a normal instance.
I remember this section being brutal.
In my opinion, the department store, the game scales up the enemy difficulty extremely fast. And the enemies all of a sudden in the department store are way more difficult than anything else you've encountered. And in my opinion, it's poor QA and low enemy scaling. Because you face these same enemies much later in the run, and they're still pretty tough. So here we're doing some quick shopping. All of the runners buy a different amount of bottle rockets, different amount of super bombs and everything. What I do is I grab 4 super bombs on Jeff, 5 super bombs on Ness, 2 super bombs on Paula, and then I fill the rest of my inventory with big bottle rockets. I always forget how many that is exactly, but that's just the general thing that I follow.
According to my
You'll also
notes-
notice that we buy all the things for Jeff and Paula first, and that's because the more items someone has in their inventory, the longer it takes for that screen to load. So if you were to buy all of Ness's items first, you have to load Ness's inventory every single time you want to place an item in someone else's inventory, so it takes longer. So it's optimal to buy everyone else's stuff first and then fill Ness's inventory.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, it's a pretty minor thing when you first look at it, but it really adds up over the course of the run.
So, why is it viable for people to have different strats of what they buy? And basically, how can you have divergence in routes, if you say, among the top runners?
I guess it's kind of like, on some points, it's more of like a risk-reward kind of thing, where like you can kind of play it a bit more risky and buy less and just hope everything goes well, or you can play it a bit more safe and maybe buy a bit more just to make sure that the run actually gets finished most of the time. So I guess a part of it is that, but then another thing is just kind of like, sometimes I guess it really doesn't matter, and it's just like a preference thing, like, oh, I'll just give it to this guy instead, or give it to this person instead. It's just really dependent on how you feel the actual thing you're doing is important or not, and some people disagree with that, so...
For example, I think I'm the only one who puts the Franklin badge on Paula at this point of the game, and I leave it on Paula for the duration of the run, and I never put it back on Ness. Whereas I think most runners actually put it on Ness right here, and leave it on him until the very end of the game.
Yeah, because it's going to have to get moved at some point, so whether you do it here or there, it doesn't really matter. Leaving it on here just frees up an extra inventory slot now, but in the event that you get in a fight with the Musicas, which again, very common, it most likely will happen, or in the very rare cases you need it later, Ness will be safer, and Ness he pretty much is just your slow tank, and the one that will survive fights most often, even if things go wrong. So I like to keep it on him.
This guitar right here is exactly what you don't want to see, but he did an electric attack.
Oh my god.
And I still got out of the fight with everyone surviving. On 1 HP. So I'm happy. That's all I want, just both people alive.
Yeah, the bad fight there is the 2 records and the Musica. That one, I would say it's pretty common for folks to have a losing record against that fight.
Oh, I would say it's like a 90% death on that fight.
Yeah, I mean, I saw you go up the escalator, and they just sort of showed up and was like, sup.
Yeah, and you don't get a chance to despawn them. It would be nice if you could just go back and despawn them and get a cleaner area, but you're forced into it. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah, I remember this fight not being nearly as difficult as the enemies.
I still think it's ridiculous that we have these enemies here, and we have the exact same enemies much later on in the game, and there's still a challenge then.
So this is sort of like the relief, right? You made it past department store, so you're good for a while?
Yeah, so generally when I get to the department store and I finish Spook, it means I'm going to finish the run. And it's a nice feeling to know that I will probably finish this one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is the point where Andy gets pretty confident and messes around with the world record holder at the time, which was Daniel, and it was a very interesting stream.
Yeah, because Daniel had just taken the record for me literally a week prior to this run, and yeah, I was giving him a bad time in this run. Because I did the whole Babe Ruth thing where he was streaming before me, and I went into a stream and told him I was going to take back the record that night. He's like, okay, good luck. And then I did.
Dang.
I still feel a little bad about that.
You can actually, like, if you actually watch the original run too with the commentary, like, you can actually see the exact point where Andy's starting to regret his decision. But it's all good.
When I'm realizing that as much crap as I was giving Daniel about this being the run, and I slowly realized that it was the run. And then I felt bad about giving him all that crap. Daniel and I have a nice little relationship where we banter back and forth.
It's great.
So yeah, coming up is Moonside. Moonside isn't too much of a threat. There's really just one enemy that, if you get lucky, you get a skip. And it's in the cafe right when you enter. If the enemy moves to the left first, you can skip him. If he moves to the right, you're forced into it. So he moved to the right, so I was forced into it. If he moves to the left, you get to skip this fight entirely, but it's pure chance. Because once you enter the area, you've already aggroed him.
Here's another one of those, like, the difference in buying things and how the fights will turn out. Andy chose to use a big bottle rocket there, but he got a poor damage roll, didn't actually kill the enemy. Another strat is just to try to run away every round, because that pump will waste its first 3 turns.
Yeah, and I got bad damage from the big bottle rocket, but that's all I've allotted to that fight, and I can't afford to use anything else, so I just moved on. And I figured it, because after 3 turns, he does a big attack, and he usually does mortal damage to both of your party members. And I'd like to get out of it before that attack. See, there we grab the Night Pendant. The Night Pendant is extremely useful because it's a resistance against flash, which is a common move against some of the later enemies in the game. And having that protection against flash is extremely useful. And then I grab this secret herb right here. Some runners don't get it. I always get it. I get it mainly as a safety on Ness's Nightmare, or not Ness's Nightmare, the Manny Manny statue coming up. Because the Manny Manny statue has a chance to paralyze, and if he paralyzes Jeff before he gets his big bottle rocket off, I'm forced into a situation where I need to use way more items than I would like to. So I leave the secret herb on Ness, and if Jeff gets paralyzed, I immediately use it and pull it and get that paralysis off, so Jeff can use his rockets like I planned.
And in the hotel, it wasn't really obvious, but he walked straight down and then moved right out of the room. And what that does is it actually, like, skips a trigger for the invisible gold tooth man to be following you, and that's what the guy wants you to have with you so you can actually progress to this fight here. But by skipping it, basically you don't get all those lines of dialogue popping up with the gold tooth man just kind of popping in, so you kind of save a bit of time. But it's also risky because then if you die in this fight here, you, like, essentially soft lock the game, and it's pretty difficult to actually get your way out of it.
Yeah, and there on the Manny Manny statue fight, I got really lucky and got a 1 cycle. I was very happy about that. I got a high roll from the rocket and from the super bomb. I was able to kill him in 1 round. Another obnoxious thing about getting paralyzed is when you're paralyzed, you can't use the pencil eraser. And the pencil eraser is at the end of the monkey cave, which is what I'm about to go do. So you have to shift the pencil eraser to someone else so you can use it. But then you usually have to shift it back because that's how you planned your inventory. Yeah, so here is it's a relatively slower section. This part is really nice for me though, because on my previous PB in the Monkey Cave, I accidentally got forced into a fight where I couldn't run. So the enemies in this cave are actually pretty difficult for where I am. They're the same enemies you encounter in the Trillionage Sprout Cave, but they're scripted just to run from you, which is bizarre. So they put enemies in this cave, but they always run from you. But they're still pretty tough. So you would think, oh, they're running from you. Even if you encounter them, it's a green swirl and you can just run first round. Well, I wasn't paying attention, and before I realized that the fight had started, I turned around. And I turned it into a regular fight. And it turned into like a 15-round fight where I couldn't run.
Yeah.
And I wasted about 1 minute and 45 seconds on a split where the maximum amount of time deviation should be like 10 seconds. So I was very happy about my current splits, because right now I'm negative 148 on my splits, but you'll see me come out on like negative 320 because of that lousy fight that I got into, and I know it's going to be a huge time save, so I'm excited for that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate because I pretty much, like, all the world records, like, as of late anyway, always have this, like, weird blunder that is just so unfortunate. We haven't had, like, a run that's, like, you know, pretty much not perfect, but, you know, like, avoiding all these, like, really silly things occurring. But when that day comes...
Were there any big blunders in this one? I don't even remember.
Oh, you want me to bring up the endgame situation? I mean, it worked out, but...
Oh, skip sandwiches.
Yeah.
Oh, don't even talk to me about that.
Oh, we're gonna watch it
I
live.
totally forgot about that.
Well,
I don't
you'll
really-
see that in, you know, less than 2 hours.
I didn't have no skip. Yeah, I don't even want to hear, like, oh, skip sandwiches cost me a little bit of time. Skip sandwiches are the reason you still have this record, and we're watching this video right now.
Oh man, I totally forgot about that. Yeah, so later on in the run, I don't want to spoil it, but we buy skip sandwiches to skip a bunch of fights, and I didn't realize I didn't have them in my inventory until I was at the area, and I pretty much resigned the fact that I just lost the record because I forgot about those skip sandwiches, and instead of losing the record, I just got 0 spawns. And it just happened, and because of my spawns, it was probably better that I didn't buy the skip sandwiches. And I will leave that as a lesson to myself to always buy skip sandwiches. I will never forget those again. But yeah, this section right here is just I think it's a kind of like almost making fun of the classic like trading sequence where you get an item, have to hand it off to 5 different people. And that's all you're doing here, just a bunch of monkeys in a cave and they want a bunch of stuff, so you have to give them stuff to move. It's really bizarre, but I think it's just kind of like kind of poking fun at that whole idea.
Yeah, I mean...
But we kind of been picking up items throughout the entire run to plan for it. We pick up a protein drink in Grapefruit Falls in preparation for this. We pick up an extra skip sandwich. We pick up a picnic lunch in the mole cave. We pick up all these random items and make sure they're on the right party members so that we can move through this cave very quickly.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to ask. I'm sure there's a lot of consideration for this section to get it done as quickly as possible.
Yeah, you saw that mushroom right there. In the back of my head, I was thinking, don't get into an extra fight, and you'll save a lot of time. So I think I could have squeezed through there had I just walked past it, but I was taking 0 chances because I knew what kind of split I was up against.
So in one of the earlier rooms, we go out of our way to grab a bag of Dragonite. It's one of the 3 that we pick up in this run, and that's really for the Magic Ant portion at the end game. That really makes that boss a lot easier. Also in those 2 boxes right there are a brain food lunch and a couple life noodles, which is pretty
that
helpful.
also differs. I think some runners don't even pick up the brain food lunch.
I haven't picked those boxes up since like 2014.
That is insane to me.
I don't know where you would need it other than maybe the pyramid.
Do you pick up Poos or do you leave those 2?
I pick up Poos just to have it in his inventory as a backup. But as far as the brain food lunch and all that stuff there, Ness's inventory is generally pretty full, and I don't know where you would need the brain food lunch there.
Yeah, that's the difference to me. I don't pick up the one until I'm with Pooh. I don't pick up any of those presents. I prefer having as many skip sandwiches as I can on Pooh rather than eating up that space.
Yeah, because that's another place where it varies on people what we buy. The skip sandwiches is going to be different for most everybody.
No mole spawn right there, which is very nice. There's a mole playing rough that spawns there very high percentage of the time. And I mean, even if it is there, you just stutter past him, but not having to stutter past him is always nice.
So now we learn teleport from this monkey here, and it really helps out throughout the course of the rest of the run.
Yeah, we abuse it to skip triggers, to get past enemies, to do all sorts of stuff. See, and just like that, against you can't see the splits on screen, but now I'm negative 318 against my splits, which is huge for me at this point.
Yep, saved a minute and a half easily with that.
And all it was giving some monkeys some items and not getting into any fights where all the enemies are running from me. See, I mentioned about 45 minutes ago when we were coming back from Belch's base that I picked up a Skip Sandwich DX to skip some enemies in the Monotoy building. And that's where I'm going to be using it. Right up once we get to the top floor of this building, I use it to kind of sneak past some of these enemies very quickly to avoid fights.
Yeah, this is one of the more creative ways of dealing with enemies, way to dodge them, because normally you'd be able to just, teleport past them at this point, but since you're in a building, you can't actually do that, so utilizing skip sandwiches in times like these is really helpful.
I don't know if do I get all the skips?
Oh, darn, you
I
didn't
actually
get the
missed
first
it.
one.
It didn't go far enough left. You can't see the webcam, but I'm visibly ticked at this point.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
On the bright side, usually you go into the room to reposition the robot so you don't have to fight him. So I don't have to go into the room anymore, I can just go left. And the one to the left, fortunately, was in a good position that I could skip him easily. Here we're kind of trying to sneak through the back desk so we don't have to fight this guy. Sometimes sneaking in can cause you problems. And here, the last one, you don't need a skip sandwich to skip this robot, but it makes it a little easier. Then here we have the Sentry robot. The old strat on the Sentry robot was to, or the Clumsy robot, was to just paralyze him and then bash him to death. But the new strat is just throw super bombs and he dies. Because it's impossible to hit him with big bottle rockets. Or no, it's not impossible, but his speed is so high that essentially you never will. I think the Clumsy robot has the highest speed in the game, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so he has a speed stat of 83, and then the next fastest is Gygus and Pokey with 80.
Yeah, so this Clumsy robot halfway into the game has a faster speed than the boss of the entire game.
Yeah, I think it actually is impossible to hit him with bottle rockets.
Yeah,
So you've got 86 speed, then you're at 172% chance to miss before you subtract Jeff's speed.
So upon entering this room, I went immediately down left and talked to him before anything. If you just wait for a second, he actually heals your entire party. He doesn't heal Paula, because Paula's not in your party yet, but he does heal Nass and Jeff. And by doing that, by just going down left to talk to him, you actually skip a little bit of text, so it's a little faster. And then I use the healer in Winters because I need Paula needs a heal anyway, so there's no point in taking both heals. I just take the heal in Winters so I can get Paula healed up. What is the Cofizzle?
You don't know the Cofizzle?
I've never heard of this. Well, I know who it is, but I think we're referring to some strat.
Yeah, so what you could actually do in that one room where you're kind of like trying to dip through the two desks there and you're getting stuck, what What you can actually do is, if you still have the skip sandwich going, you can go around the left desk, like the bottom left one, and then cut through the middle, and then go up, and then you just barely dodge the robot. It's pretty consistent too if you get it down.
Really?
Yeah, I haven't tried it myself, but I've seen a lot of other people have good success with it.
I probably wouldn't have trusted. I think my skip sandwich ran out in that room, but I think I've heard people mention that, but I've never tried it. I don't want to risk it. I probably need to practice it before I ever tried it.
Yeah. I'd say it's about, like, maybe a little bit harder than the first skip.
And someone was talking about a skip of possibly just running right past that first robot. Like, if it's consistent, awesome, but that worries me. I mean, these are not fights you want to take normally. Like, if it's a multi-bottle rocket, and especially with what I buy, I don't really have a multi-bottle rocket just kind of floating there that I can shoot extra ones off.
I don't think any of us have multi-bottle rockets at this point.
Well, big bottle rockets.
Got him.
But yeah, that's one of the nice things about the number of big bottle rockets that I buy, that if I get into these fights, I can afford to use them.
Now there really isn't much going on for the next 2 minutes, I would say, because now we're trying to make our way to Shroom, which is the next order of business, but we have to ride a bus to Threed first, and then go to where the Skyrunner crashed so that Jeff can fix it, and then take that Skyrunner to Winters.
Here's kind of one of the longer sections of kind of cutscenes and whatnot here. So here we're just going back down to the floor level, taking the bus back to Threed. Unfortunately, you can't teleport. It would be wonderful if we could teleport straight over to Threed, but we can't, because it just tells you can't teleport here, or you can't teleport right now, or whatever. So yeah, we're forced into the bus, and then from there we have to ride over to Threed, and then we have to take the Skyrunner over to Winters and beat Shroom, and then we take the Skyrunner one more time over to Summers.
And actually, we debunked that. You can teleport there.
Oh, you mean at the roof?
Yeah.
You can't teleport at the floor. That's what I meant.
Yeah. I thought it was only Mother 2, but at Limit Break, you can teleport up there, but it's like 20
I think
plus
it requires something like 50 plus frame
yeah.
perfect inputs. Because all you have is teleport alpha, and you have to turn quickly enough in a small space to be able to teleport off.
Yeah.
Essentially impossible in an RTA. You could TAS it, but yeah.
It's times like those where maybe a joystick on the controller would maybe make that possible. Kind of like the Super Mario 64 Bowser throws, you just kind of spin your analog around and maybe it'll work.
So interesting thing about Earthbound speedruns is every 2 hours that you've been playing, you get a phone call from Dad saying you've been out too long, you need to take a break. I think it's just Nintendo's way of like keeping people from trying to play too long, and they made it a little joke too. So yeah, 2 hours, every 2 hours that you've been playing the game without resetting or anything, Dad calls you and says, "Don't you think it'd be a good time to take a break?" And we always try and push that first phone call as far as we can. And this was the furthest I'd ever taken it without getting that phone call. And I actually didn't get that phone call until after beating Shroom.
And more recently, Ultimo Ice, I think, set the record for...
Yeah, he said he didn't get it until he actually landed in Summers.
Yeah, it's insane.
Yeah, that's approaching the task.
Yeah, so what is the current landscape for people running this game? I think you guys said it was fairly active right now.
Oh yeah, it's extremely active. Let me pull up the leaderboards real quick.
Yeah, it's been the most active as it ever has been, pretty much. And there's still newer runners coming in too. Like I think just in the last month we probably got like 3 or 4 new runners.
So yeah, right now there's 61 people that have runs on speedrun.com. And 6 people have a sub 4, which is like the pinnacle. Once you get that sub 4,
Life's good. Yeah, you're pretty much considered like an elite runner at that point once you get there.
And I mean, at this point, there's I would say, how many active runners of Earthbound do you think there are? Maybe 10 to 15.
I'd push it a little
like
higher.
That have
honestly.
done a run within like the last 2 weeks.
Okay, last 2 weeks maybe, but I'd say it's at least 20. There's a lot of newer runners that have just like started recently, and they're kind of like working out some runs. They're working towards their first sub 5 at least.
And it's interesting too because I may have the record right now, but that's not to say that I'm the best at this game right now. I feel like anyone that's in like the top 5 or 6 right now of the Earthbound runners at any point could take the record. They all have the skills to take the record at any if the run gives it to them at any time.
Yeah, it's when you get to that point where it's where the luck really kind of pushes through. I mean, like, I think if we took like all of like the top runners, like best splits or whatever, it'd probably be like a sum of best of like, I don't know, low 330s or something like that.
I'm curious. Let me check what mine are.
I mean, it differs between runners depending on how many splits they use, because the more splits, the easier it is to get a lower sum of best. But I mean, yeah, sum of best is really not the best measure for RPGs, of course. But you know, just to get a general idea of how much time you can technically save, it's quite a lot of time.
Yeah,
my sum of best for Gygas is a 334.06.
Yeah, I had like a year, and even now I still tend to forget, but if I don't PB, I tend not to save my splits, so I've got a lot of golds that aren't there. And then I split my 3 into 2, and my sum of best for that is still lacking like 45, and I have, I think, like a 334.50.
So here for the shroom fight, there's pretty much a set strategy that I do. I defend with Ness and Paula first round, because if one of them get mashermized, I will not attack with them for the rest of the fight. But if Jeff gets mastermized, I will continue attacking with him regardless, because he outputs much more damage than the other two. So it's kind of like hoping that either Ness or Paula gets mastermized, and if they get it, they stop attacking. And if Jeff gets it, I just keep firing bottle rockets with him and pray that he doesn't kill one of my party members like he just did.
And here's another boss that's also kind of runner dependent too, because now a lot of people have started buying more super bombs on Paula so that they can use super bombs instead of freeze. And the benefit of super bomb is that there's like basically no animation, so you save a lot of time on animation. But the benefit with freeze is that you actually have a chance to solidify, which can prevent some nonsense that Shroom throws at you.
Yeah, and for this fight, he's much stronger to freeze beta than fire, but they end up doing about the same amount of damage. Freeze beta is a kind of a stronger single target attack,
Right.
but freeze does a little bit more, and it also has that chance to solidify, which is very nice. In a lot of later fights, we use freeze not even for the solidified chance, or for the damage, but mainly for the solidified chance.
Yeah, it's pretty much her go-to PSI attack.
Now, freeze and lightning have status effects, but does fire? Or does lightning? Am I wrong? Because freeze.
Yeah,
has
lightning
solidify.
doesn't have a status effect.
Okay.
Lightning just has the way lightning damage works is it has a X over 4% chance to hit someone, where X is the number of enemies. So if you have one party member every single time you cast lightning, or an enemy casts lightning, has a 1 in 4 chance to hit you. If you have 2, has a 50% chance to hit someone. 3 is 75% chance. And if there's 4 people, it'll hit someone every single time. And the same goes with you hitting other enemies. The more enemies there are on screen, the more percentage chance that lightning has to hit.
Yeah, and then on top of it, it has also the added benefit of if you hit with thunder, you could actually destroy shields, but it's pretty much not relevant in the speedrun, sadly.
Right.
Yeah. As soon as a lightning hits someone, it gets nullified, but it removes any psychic shield that was there. Yeah, so at this point we're still on a very good pace. At this point this is the best pace I'd ever been on in a run. So it was nice to have the run where I've had the best first half turn into a PB.
Yeah, and Andy's pretty happy at this point because of the fact that he's probably like the one of the best late game runners in the community. So once you pass the first half, it's like really, really nice for the second half to go really well.
So here I just hug the bottom of the beach. So there's some spawn tiles up north, and I kind of avoid them by staying along the bottom of the beach, and then as soon as it curves up, I go upright. And that's just to avoid all the spawn tiles on the beach.
Yeah, it's pretty rare, but some tough guys can spawn there, which is kind of annoying.
That is literally their name. Their name is Tough Guy.
Yeah.
And here's the classic naming of the player. Just as a reminder, if you do name your player Butts, it is a invalid run.
No, you turned that over. That is no longer the case.
I will put it back.
Yeah, so the difference between naming your character A and Butts is honestly not too huge, but huge enough to matter, I guess, if you're really trying to push the record. But I guess just inputting Butts, especially if you're really good at it like Ori is, it'd probably be like maybe just 5 seconds more. But other than that, then it actually doesn't really affect the rest of the run too much, because I think we split before it actually matters and the text pops up.
Always have to make sure when you're walking along the street here, there are enemies that can spawn here on the Summers Beach or on the street, and they're kind of nasty. You got the signs and the taxis, and they aggro from a pretty good distance. Taxis kind of follow a roundabout path to get to you, and they're not that bad, and you can avoid easily, but the signs, sometimes they can kind of be sneaky and catch you when you're not paying attention.
Yeah, they tend to blend very well in this area since you're kind of like walking on a road. There's a sign right there and a taxi. So now we start the whole poo sequence to get poo into our party. We do that by eating magic cake to get there. Yeah,
and we were talking earlier about some presents that Phalix grabs that I don't. They're here at the beginning of Dalam. There's a brain food lunch that you could pick up, and I guess that's just the difference. Phalix picks up the one here and it goes on Poo, and I pick up the one in the Monkey Cave and it goes on Ness because I prefer it being on Ness. They're roughly the same distance out of the way, but the Cup of Life Noodles is for me more of a safety than anything. Since I'm grabbing the brain food lunch, might as well grab the little cup of life noodles, which is literally right next to it, because it's a guaranteed revive.
Yeah, I tended to save that spot for the one that's in the pyramid, since we walk right next to it.
Yeah, I just grabbed that one too. Grab all the life noodles.
Now, how
Yeah,
do
there's really not too much going on at
stat
this point. We
growths
just
work in
quiet.
this game?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
How do stat growths work in this game?
There's certain points in people's level ups, like in Ness, for example, that he's always guaranteed to hit certain thresholds. Like at level 9, he has 30 HP or 90 HP and 30 psychic points. At level 12, he has 120 and 40, 15, 150 and 50, and so on and so forth. But then offense and everything kind of there's a formula involved about how much someone can gain, and there's little formulas involved. Ari or Falix probably knows it better than I do.
It depends on the level that you get it. There are certain levels, such as level 9 with Ness, you're always going to have 90 HP and 30 psychic points. But there's a maximum amount of defense that you can have at some levels, as well as a minimum amount at some levels. Like at level 9, with our manipulation route, is if you do the backup, you can end up with 1 less defense. And you can actually, if it was changed a little bit, you could change it to where you could have 1 more defense at the end of Onet at level 9. And if you, without that defense at level 9, we'll generally get it at level 10. But if we don't get it at level 10, I think we're guaranteed at least like 2 or maybe 3 points at level 11. Because, well, it is random, it does have certain values that it will equalize at various levels. And it may not equalize it exactly, but it keeps things relative.
It's also interesting, too, because if you want to hit, like, say at level such and such, you want to have a certain amount of offense. Well, if you have the most amount of offense you could possibly have at the previous level, sometimes there's a chance where, based on the math, there is a 0% chance to gain that extra offense. So sometimes if you want to RNG manipulate the route a certain way, you need to make sure that you can gain the offense you need at your given level. So sometimes you need to RNG manipulate such that you get less offense the previous level to get more offense in the later level.
And this whole section of the run is my least favorite. I think the whole summer section is probably the most boring section. It's not all just a cutscene. It's just dialogue, and then one easy fight, and then one possible run-ending fight. Like, not a whole lot's going on for this entire 12-minute section.
Yeah, that kind of easy fight that he was talking about is just about to happen. It's at the top of the museum. Also, as a fun note about the museum, it's actually faster in the Summers Museum to try and sneak past, and in the Forside Museum, it's faster to talk to the lady.
Opposite.
There's less dialogue in that way.
Yeah, I think it's the opposite.
Wait, are you serious?
Yeah, it's the Foresight one, or it's faster to not talk, and the one there, I think it's faster to talk.
Have I been doing it wrong this whole time?
Wait.
I thought I could have sworn it was that way.
Wait, did you just walk past the one here in Summers? Yeah, it's the opposite.
Ah, crap.
Yeah.
Like, it's like a difference of a second, so it's not a big deal, but yeah, it's the opposite.
Could have sworn it was that way. Oh, well. Anyways.
I think you actually not talk in the other one anyway, so you're fine.
At the top of this museum, this enemy has a 50% chance to drop you a mummy wrap, which is extremely useful, and he dropped it here for me. And that mummy wrap, it's roughly the same amount of damage as a super bomb, but it also has a 100% chance to solidify the enemy. So you give that to Paula, because Paula has the highest percent chance to go before Kraken. So if Paula goes first and gets that mummy wrap off, Kraken solidifies and then never gets an attack. So it's very nice.
So luckily you could actually skip the second Shattered Man fight here by simply just talking to the sign as far left as possible so you don't accidentally talk to the second Shattered Man and get into a fight.
That's great.
And that has a side effect as after the end of the game, when the game has turned off all spawns and expects you to never fight anything ever again, that enemy is still at the top of the museum waiting for you because the game never cleared him. And the game glitches whenever you die, and the game is flagged to not spawn any enemies. And it glitches by turning the screen black after you die and not sending you to the game over screen. And instead of sending you to the game over screen, it's just a black screen and you're where you were when you fought the enemy. And if you find a way to enter a door somewhere, then the game will come back and both of your characters are ghosts.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
So is there any point in the game where you have to consider like dodging a glitch that you might run into to keep it glitchless? I usually ask this question in glitchless runs, but I mean, is that the case here, or glitch is sort of like out of the way that you need to go find them?
The only glitch that really happens that can happen in this run is if you skip the dialogue in Moonside and you die to the Manny Manny statue, you can get the glitch that I was just talking about. Every other glitch is pretty much you'll never hit.
There are
unless you have a cold and you
ones.
go onto a staircase, which I accidentally got into a race, and I accidentally clipped out of bounds in a glitchless race.
Oh, you had that too. I've also had that happen.
Yeah, Andy and I's first race in early 2014, he clipped out of bounds.
Yeah, there's another one that I believe has only happened 4 times from what I've known, but later in the game we teleport to a certain area, and you can actually hard lock your game if you have this very unfortunate situation where you have 2 enemies on the screen, but you get into a fight with both of them when it's actually impossible, and the game just doesn't know what to do with it, and it just completely goes nuts and it just crashes. And Falix has gotten it twice, once on English, once on Japanese. Or he's
Alex got
gotten
it
it
on
once.
a run where he was on PB pace, weren't you?
I wasn't on PB pace, but I was far enough. I was not far enough behind that I could have brought it back.
Yeah,
It
that
was
sucks.
sad.
Yeah, then I think Ori got it once in a randomizer.
I got it
Yeah,
once
but-
in randomizer, and I was real close to the Midwest Speed Fest.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Yesterday on Retro Gaming Live TV, I hit one off screen and green swirled it, and it had to have been pixels away from being a green boss swirl.
Right.
Because if they despawn after you finish the fight, or whenever you initiate the fight, if they start the fight with a despawned enemy, that will cause it.
Yeah.
You'll
and then-
notice that I have 2 empty slots in Ness's inventory, and those 2 empty slots were for buying skip sandwiches for Magicant in about an hour and a half, and
Dun,
I forgot
dun.
to buy them. Just take note of the fact that I forgot to buy those for
You
Ness.
save time though, right?
I mean,
For now.
yes.
For now,
Because I
right,
didn't buy
yeah,
the
that's
skip
what I'm saying.
sandwiches and the enemies weren't there, I saved time, yes. I panic though when I realize that my skip sandwiches are not in my inventory in an hour. You can see my face just drop and I think that I just lost the run.
Yeah, so earlier on in that shop, basically, kind of setting up the inventories everywhere, he fortunately got the mummy wrap, so that's really helpful for the Kraken fight, so you usually toss that onto the Paula. You toss some other useless items like the hieroglyph copy. You also distribute super bombs around so that you can quickly get some damage into Kraken, and then you buy like 20 plus skip sandwiches, which will help for pretty much the rest of the game to dodge enemies and stuff like that.
Yeah, and then when I was back in the department store, I put 2 super bombs on Paula, and those 2 super bombs are for this fight. One I hand over to Pooh, and if Paula didn't get, if I didn't get the mummy wrap, I just leave one on Paula and have her use it. And if I did get the mummy wrap, I hand it over to Ness so that he has to buy 1 fewer for Ness's Nightmare in Deep Darkness. So yeah, here's a Kraken fight. It'll just be Super Bomb, Mummy Wrap, Big Bottle Rocket, Super Bomb. And that should kill him if I get a good Big Bottle Rocket roll. You'll notice that I forgot to life up Paula as well, so if I had taken damage from everybody and Paula died, it would have been totally my fault. I think she's not max. I'm not positive, actually.
Not sure. I think she's pretty close if she isn't. Ori
So,
worked
yeah.
out the math for this fight, and I think it's like roughly a bit under or above 50% that you can have a really rough turn 1?
Yeah, it's like a 51% chance that at least one of your party members will be dying.
That's higher than I would expect.
Yeah, that fight's pretty brutal, especially if you don't have the mummy wrap.
I got really lucky there with that green light. That green light, all it does is any psychic effects that people had on them, it just removes it. And since it's first round and he went first, it's kind of nice to have him do that first. So here in Scaraba, if people had died, I would have gone over to the hospital and revived people, but since nobody did, I just go straight down. I'm going to buy a couple crystal charms. I'm going to put one on Paula and one on Jeff. The one on Paula I put because Paula has the highest speed in my party, and as a result determines my run rate against enemies. So I'm just basically, by putting one on Paula, I increase any run rate in the future by 5%. And then I put one on Jeff to increase bottle rocket damage in the Starman Deluxe fight and in the Guardian General fight. And then we're just gonna head down. You're gonna start seeing the first instances of teleporting to avoid enemies and to skip over triggers. I believe, I don't know if I use teleport to skip enemies, but I definitely do use teleport to try and squeeze. If you look at the door of the pyramid just above you, right there, above the Sphinx, there's a trigger for a photo right in front of the door, and I'll teleport to try and skip it. And if I get a good crash point, then I'll skip it entirely. Which I did.
Oh, it's not guaranteed.
Here, oh no, sometimes you just get unlucky and you crash a little further south, and you'll initiate the photo. So the pyramid is a pretty tricky area. It's I would say it's one of the highest skill stealing areas in the game, just because there's a lot of RNG involved, but also a lot of movement to skip enemies. And all these hieroglyphs on the wall, you'll see. Use a skip sandwich and try and creep along the bottom side to prevent them from ever attacking me. Not this one. This one doesn't come off. This is one of the big uses of skip sandwiches, to skip all these enemies in this dungeon. Seeing right here, you'll see me sneak along the bottom and just barely dodge them. And for some reason, these enemies don't initiate fights against your back party members. It's only with Ness. Maybe as soon as you have someone on the stairs that can initiate, I'm not positive. By using a skip sandwich before I entered that door, those enemies won't come off the wall. If you use it after you enter the door, they will come off and they will attack you. There I was thinking about what I wanted to do, and I didn't get a chance to think because they attacked me. Also, all the enemies in the pyramid are susceptible to paralysis, except the those hieroglyphs in like the back rank of this fight. And if all enemies on the screen are either paralyzed or asleep, you have a 100% chance to run. So a lot of these fights, I'll either put all the enemies to sleep or paralyze everything, and then just get out of the fight. By doing so, you skip levels and you skip having to do the fight entirely. And this guy skip sandwich is still holding on, so I didn't have to use another one. But if I had run out, I would have used another one before entering that door to avoid that snake fight.
Yeah, optimally, you pretty much only have to use 5 skip sandwiches to get through all of it.
For this enemy down here, he's the kind of the boss of the pyramid. It's just basically using all your strongest attacks: Rock and Beta, Freeze Beta, and Big Bottle Rocket, and another Freeze Beta. And if you get a good Bottle Rocket roll, you'll one-cycle him. In the next room, there's a tile that's kind of underneath the door. I either need a good spawn of enemies way off to the right side, or nothing in the next room, or I won't be able to take it. I'll just have to keep coming in and out until there's enemies are kind of off to the side, so I can step on the tile and leave. And sometimes some of these enemies that stay on the wall are a lot trickier to avoid coming from the right. And skipping these enemies from the right side is pretty impressive if you can pull it off. In this room, I don't even look at the room, I just initiate this fight with the enemy. Because if you initiate fight with this enemy, nothing in the room will join up with it, so you can just put it to sleep and run. Otherwise, you'll get into a fight with multiple enemies. So I just take a guaranteed single enemy fight. Here we have another enemy skip right here. Nice. And I got lucky right there with those spawns where they were. I was able to drop right into that hole without taking another fight. It's very common to have to take a fight in that room before you drop down. I would say probably close to 80% of the time you have to take a fight right there.
Yeah, this is overall quite a spectacular pyramid so far.
And then when you drop down this hole right here, there's a high chance of enemies down here. And if I had just taken the time to realize what enemies were here, I would have just turned towards them and forced a green swirl. But because of the types of enemies they're all susceptible to paralysis. So you just hit a paralysis omega, paralyze them all, and then just run. So it's not too bad of a fight.
And in that other room above, there was the diamond band that he got, and it sells for 4,999, which is really great for the multiple bottle rockets that we're going to be purchasing later.
Yeah, we're going to buy like 10 or I think it's 11 of them.
And it's kind of tricky to get to it because the hole, it's actually pretty easy to fall into the hole by accident. You have to be at like the bottommost pixel of the room and then go under the hole and then go grab it. And I think it was Daniel's world record run where he missed it, but he still managed to complete the run, just barely squeak a world record. That's what I was saying earlier. It's unfortunate all these world records have these weird blunders in them to just put a dent in time.
Blunders, yep.
But overall, that pyramid was really good.
See, that guy to the north right there actually sells multi-bottle rockets, and it's the first instance where we can buy them. But we don't need to buy any yet. First of all, because we get more money. Still, we need to withdraw all of our money. And we still need to be able to sell some of our items. So we're just going to withdraw all of our money in the ATM inside Dungeon Man the last time we're in. And then once we hit Deep Darkness, we'll buy everything we need for the rest of the run. So yeah, Dungeon Man, it's essentially just, I move slowly because I know where the spawn tiles are. Once you see me start stuttering, it's because I know there's a spawn tile over there, and I'm trying to detect it very early. Because all the enemies in this dungeon have a very long aggro radius, and basically as soon as you can see them, they'll start coming after you, and I would like to catch them as early as possible so I can avoid their fights.
Yeah, if you're not too careful, those gift enemies will just charge straight at you, just like the ones from Brick Road earlier in the game.
And the enemies in this dungeon are the same as the ones in the department store 45 minutes ago. Literally the same ones, and they're still difficult.
And even the hardest boss in the game is there too, the worthless protoplasm.
Okay, we're just heading to the top of Dungeon Man. You talk to Face, head back down. And once you leave Dungeon Man, you have another one of the common, I wouldn't say common, but it's more common than some other places. It's not entirely uncommon, I would say, to get trapped within fights and just get a nasty encounter and die. Because it's one of those places where if there are enemies, you can't despawn them because you can't go back into Dungeon Man. So you just have to follow him around, or he follows you around, and you have to take fights as they come. A little bit of an unfortunate encounter with this UFO right here. Sometimes there's just enemies in this as you drop down the holes, and I got unlucky.
Yeah, it's pretty rare to go down the holes to see an enemy.
You'll see me right before I leave. You'll see me pop a skip sandwich DX, and that's to have the highest chance to avoid fights. If there are any enemies, I want to be able to move fast immediately. And I get so lucky here in the fact that none of these attacked me. My eyes get wide, and I just like shocked that I did not get into an encounter.
Yeah, it was really close.
Nice.
This is an area a lot of people seem to really like the music here. I'm not too fond of it. This whole area just puts me on edge.
You'll see that I just withdrew all the money from the ATM, and it's kind of scary once you withdraw it all, because if you die before you have a chance to buy everything you need, you lose half of all the money you've accumulated throughout the entire game. And essentially, if you were to die right now, it's pretty much a run ender. I mean, it's pretty tough to die because you have to get into a fight and just die because you can finish it, but the enemies right here aren't too bad, but it's happened to me once before. Right now I'm just burning through all of Jeff's skip sandwiches that he still has left, just because I want to fill his inventory with as many multi-bottle rockets as possible. And any skip sandwiches that are in there are just taking up room that I'm ultimately just going to drop, because I need them. I need that room for multi-bottle rockets. So I just drop them all.
So, how tight is money throughout the whole run?
It's not too bad. It's pretty well routed. I mean, as long as you don't die and you pick up the items that you need, you're perfectly fine with plenty left over. I think I even have, at this point, because I picked up the diamond band, the platinum band, and that talisman ribbon, I have enough to buy like an extra multi-bottle rocket, and I think I do. So, I mean, as long as you don't die at an unexpected point, you're fine. But it is pretty tight. It's pretty well routed to account for all the money that you need. But if you ended up dying, you don't have enough to buy all the multi-bottle rockets you need. I mean, you can always come back later and buy more. It's not like you can't do that. We just try to avoid that because it's an extra teleport you don't want to make.
Yeah, that's also pretty dependent on how many enemies you fight throughout. So, like, if you get into extra fights, like, it pretty much assures that you'll have enough money. Sometimes if it's, like, really going well and you pretty much avoid, like, a lot of fights, like, I noticed, like, with the pyramid especially, if you dodge a lot of fights in the pyramid, you actually, like, you get, like, a lot less money than normal, but you're pretty much fine, especially with that last talisman ribbon assuring that you can have enough. Because that also sells for, like, nearly 2,000.
So in this sequence, I end up putting a couple super bombs on Ness, but it never occurs to me that I don't have to skip sandwiches. I guess I'm just like, oh, there's room on Ness's inventory. I guess I'll just fill them with super bombs. Easy peasy. But, yeah, it's just basically selling all that platinum band, the diamond band, and the talisman ribbon for extra money, and then filling Ness or Jeff's inventory with multi-bottle rockets and buying Ness a couple super bombs to make the Ness's nightmare fight a little safer. Yeah, and these multi-bottle rockets are extremely powerful. The way the bottle rockets work in this game is that a regular bottle rocket has a damage range of 90 to 150, and whether it hits or not is based on the enemy speed. And then a big bottle rocket is essentially just 5 regular bottle rockets, and they all fire at the same time. And the damage rolls work the exact same way. First, it rolls to see how many of the 5 hit, and then for each one, it rolls the 90 to 150 to see how much damage it does. Really, it's 120 plus or minus 25%, but it's easier to say 90 to 150. And then a multi-bottle rocket is 20 bottle rockets. And if you take all that together, the multi-bottle rocket has a damage range of 0 to 3,000. 3,000 if all 20 rockets hit, and they all hit for max damage.
Jeez.
So here in Deep Darkness, we're going to be pretty much teleporting through the entire area. Fortunately, if you teleport, it ignores whether you move slowly in that area or not. So we use that to our advantage and just teleport around every single enemy in this area. Sometimes the teleports get a little tricky. And I'm always running into things because you never want to teleport too far. And this is a nasty fight to get into. Fortunately, that second enemy that was coming up from the south didn't join the fight in time. He was a little too far away, so that was very fortunate. But this is just an unlucky fight. I happened to run into an enemy, and he got me from behind before I had a chance to react.
Yeah, so I would argue that Deep Darkness is probably another spot that kind of separates the faster runners from the newer runners because of all these like teleports you can do that require a decent amount of execution to actually get in the right spot.
Kind of squeezing in through all these gaps to avoid every enemy possible.
So you said if you teleport into something, you basically will get into the fight afterwards. Is that right?
No, it depends on the type of enemy. If it's a type of enemy that only moves when you move, you can just stand there as long as you want, and they'll never initiate the fight. But that type of crocodile that was right there, as soon as he aggro's on you, he'll start coming at you. And I didn't realize he was there before I had a chance to reopen my menu and initiate the next teleport. Because I was facing against a wall and I needed to be able to turn before I initiated the teleport. Because you can't make full 180s while you're teleporting, you can only make 90-degree turns.
So now this is pretty much going to be a pattern for pretty much all the bosses after this, where you just kind of chuck 1 or 2 multi-ball rockets and they're down. Like the fact that we can like abuse these multi-ball rockets with as much speed as we can on Jeff really makes this speedrun possible, honestly. Without it, it would shave a lot of minutes, honestly.
Yeah, there's an item a little later on in the game called the Rabbit's Foot. And the Rabbit's Foot increases the wearer's speed by 40, which is huge. So by putting that on Jeff, it pretty much ensures that he's going to be doing over 2,000 damage with multi-bottle rockets on all the major bosses. The next dungeon coming up is a Stonehenge base, and it's kind of a tough one. You have enemies that can diamondize you, which is more or less the same as getting killed. It's just like a one-hit KO, and those are kind of nasty. So it's mostly just avoiding fights as much as possible, and then when you do get forced into the fight, praying that you run.
And one new thing that's being optimized that we haven't looked at before, and it's just another risk versus reward type of situation, is using teleport alpha instead of beta in some situations. Teleport beta takes about 7 seconds, and alpha takes about 2. But there's a lot of situations where things are really tight, and it's either hard or impossible to actually do a teleport alpha. But there's a few spots that people have been looking at of finding consistent ways of getting an alpha off, or normally we've been using beta, and it'll save if you get it perfectly, it'll save about 5 seconds, and over the course of 3 or 4 of those, I mean, it's a good 15-20 seconds saved across the run.
Yeah, that discussion pretty much started from Limit Break, where we're like, hey, I think it was Daniel who just kind of pointed out, hey, we should do an alpha here, or how about here or here. And we're just kind of having fun messing around with all the possible ways we can go about getting a consistent teleport alpha instead of beta.
Where are the other ones besides Underworld?
Dalam.
Oh yeah, that Dalam one.
There's one that Dano found you can do outside of Fire Springs, but not consistent. It's really crazy.
There's even the one from the Meteorite in Darkonet that he's been working on. That one is probably the hardest one I've seen.
This is a lot of people's favorite input break. This MS Paint Beast is a fan favorite.
MS Paint Beast? I've never heard that one.
That's an emote on Twitch.
Wait, really?
Yeah!
Franker faces, but yeah.
Yeah.
You'll notice that when we were coming down here, we walked way over to the left and then over to the right. And it was a kind of we've been doing this for a long time, but we weren't really aware of why it worked. And SDFG recently posted on the SDA forums about his reasonings about why it does work. And apparently the game spawns enemies. You can imagine the game like an 8x8 tile grid that kind of extends off screen. And for some reason, when an enemy that would spawn is in the bottom right tile of that 8x8 grid, the game doesn't spawn it. So if you're ever moving north to south, and you're able to force an enemy to spawn while he's in that bottom right square of the grid the game uses, the enemy won't spawn. So yeah, it's like an oversight in the game's programming.
Yeah, so we teleport Alpha here to avoid fights with either the bear or the cave boy. I like to mention that the cave boy is quite interesting because I think he is the 3rd fastest enemy in the game right after Gygus.
Yeah, it's like 70-something speed.
79. It's pretty hilarious that a really big fat caveman is like the 3rd fastest out of nowhere.
At the top of the stairs, you notice that I'm waiting before I'm moving. That's because down south, using a memory hacking software, we can actually see that there's an enemy that spawns here to the south. It's a mook. He has a 100% spawn rate, and we can see that he spawns every single time. So by waiting off screen, he has a very high probability to like wander around south and despawn himself. So yeah. We get around the 100% spawn rate enemy by waiting for him to despawn himself. So yeah, here it's a lot of back and forth trying to get these enemies to go away because these enemies are nasty. You don't want to fight them, and anytime you can avoid an enemy, it's a time saver. So I think I get through the first 3 rooms without a single fight.
Yeah, so there are two, well, more than 2 types, but you can see 2 different sprites on screen. You really do not want to get into a fight with the diamond-shaped ones, because most of the time they'll end up being mooks, and those are the ones that can one-shot kill the diamond guys. But the Starmen are not too bad. I mean, obviously you'd rather just not get into a fight with it, but you can manipulate the Starmen on the overworld to get a favorable spot for him to be in, and then if you just run up to him, it'll end up being a green swirl every time.
Yeah, we're not sure why. For some reason with the Starmen, as long as you like touch them from the side or from the front, or sometimes it's even from the back or anywhere, it's just a green swirl. But if you touch them directly from the side, it's always a green swirl. And we don't know why. It doesn't matter how long they've been sitting there. You just touch them from the side and it's a green swirl and you can instantly run.
That's something we're still looking for a better understanding of in general, is why certain swirls are what they are. Like the regular normal battle swirls usually make sense, but sometimes the greens and reds do not seem to be whatever they look like they are on screen.
Yeah, like that one right there, the Starman happened to teleport right in front of me and he was able to force a green, which is very nice. And because I'm ghosting right now, I can try and skip enemies. Or like that, he teleports behind me instead of making me have to skip him. So yeah, it's just a comment or like a waiting for a Starman to teleport close to you so that you can walk to his side and force a green swirl. And whatever buddies want to join in, that's perfectly fine because you can get a guaranteed run.
Yeah, and then with the invincibility frames, there are some situations where you can actually pop a skip sandwich and then just go through an enemy close by.
Going back and forth out of this door to clear up that area. And then at the bottom of the ladder, sometimes there's Starmen down here, but sometimes you can even just, if they're far enough away, just wait for them to teleport kind of close, and then hop off the ladder and go force a green.
Sword of Kings here, correct? I'm sure.
Yes, technically the Starman Supers here have the 1 in 128 chance to drop a Sword of Kings, but it's not that powerful of an item. It only increases Pooh's offense by 30, and we're never bashing with them anyway, so it has 0. Even if you do get it, it would probably be better just to drop it for a speedrun.
Dang.
Yeah, that's common question number 1. Hey, are you getting the Sword of Kings? No. It's not good.
Yeah, if I get it, it's bad.
Plus, the way that drops work in this game is the more enemies there are on screen, the less likely that you have that to get that drop. Because the way that the game rolls to get drops is as soon as the fight starts, the game picks an enemy and then rolls for that enemy's drop. And if an enemy doesn't have a drop, you just immediately don't get a chance at it. So if there's a Starman Super and another enemy on screen, technically you only have a 1 in 256 chance to get the drop. Because you have to get the 1 in 2 roll and then the 1 in 128 roll. So the fastest way to get the Sword of Kings is to fight only Starman Supers alone. We're going to continuously start grabbing these eggs of mice. We're going to grab a lot of them from here on out to get out of dungeons quickly. They're extremely helpful. We'll teleport back to Onet many times because there's a mouse house right near that teleport point, and we'll go back and forth grabbing it. Alright, Starman Deluxe is pretty straightforward. Because we have the Crystal Charm on Jeff, he has slightly higher speed than normal. And that slightly higher speed is just enough so that he will almost always one-hit kill the Starman Deluxe. But generally I queue up a Life Up Beta on Jeff anyway, to make it safer. Here I guess I didn't because I was feeling lucky. And I overkilled him by quite a bit. Starman Deluxe has just over 1400 HP.
Oh, how does item repair work in this game? Like Jeff having something in his inventory?
It's just whenever Jeff has enough IQ and you sleep, he'll fix the item. We never use that mechanic though.
There's a chance he'll fix the item.
Yeah. We never use that mechanic though because there are some items that are really nice that he could repair. Some of the items like the shield killer or things like that would be useful in like a casual run. But we're pretty much ignoring shields anyway and just eating the mortal damage that they give us. So even something like the shield killer is just really not that big of a deal.
Probably his most useful item overall is his
Heavy bazooka?
Yeah, the heavy bazooka for spammable super bombs, but I think he needs like level 50 or something to get that, so it's not practical.
Yeah, that's a very OP item, the heavy bazooka, because it's pretty much an unlimited supply of super bombs.
Apparently I used that in one of my really old routes.
Nice.
You get him so high level.
I don't even remember that. But it's in my 2009 notes.
Here's one of those teleport alphas we're talking about. We used to do a teleport beta. Now pretty much everyone does this teleport alpha. Line yourself up on the path, and you only have to hit 2 turns to clear all the borders. It's not too bad. Ow. So here we're going to grab our second bag of Dragonite. The Dragonites are ultimately what we're going to use to down Ness's Nightmare. Ness's Nightmare is extremely powerful. Even when you're a high level, he's extremely powerful because if you're not prepared for him, he has the ability just to one-hit KO you, and you're dead. So we prepare for him by getting the Sea Pendant in the Underworld, and just dropping a ton of bags of Dragonite on him. Ideally 3, and if we get good rolls, we'll kill him with just those Dragonites. And then the 2 super bombs we bought in Deep Darkness cover up any bad things that can happen. If Ness's Nightmare life up betas twice still, all of that still may not kill him. I personally have never had that happen. I think Phalix has had that happen a couple times though.
If I've had a super bomb, I've never had an instance where it kept on going.
Oh really?
Yeah, I've always gotten enough that like if one rolls like a 1200, the next one will roll like a 1700, and the super bomb will finish it off. But if I don't have when I haven't had a super bomb to spare, I have had instances where the fight got really bad.
We're talking about Ness's Nightmare, right?
Oh, we're not. Oh yeah, we're going into Lumine. Yeah, we're going into Lumine Hall, so my brain confused. I hate this area, and my brain just kind of shuts off whenever this comes on screen.
Yeah, the basement of Lumine Hall is a very, 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 very terrible area. It's what we affectionately call the horseshoe, because the area is shaped like a horseshoe. And because it's shaped like a horseshoe, it's really difficult to despawn enemies, because they're right next to each other and there's multiple packs. And all the enemies here are very nasty. For example, one of the enemies has a Flash Gamma ability, which does have a chance to one-hit KO you. He has a chance to make you feel strange, so that any moves you queued up can hit your own party. And it just... things go nasty. And the other enemy that joins that fight does Fire Beta, and it's just a terrible, terrible fight. I know some people have even resorted to using a multi-bottle rocket to overkill the guy by like 2,000 to make sure you get out of the fight alive. And fortunately here, I got through the first bend without any enemies, and I think I end up taking a fight on the second half. I try to skip it, but I fail. Almost get it, though. This is the nasty fight that I was talking about. The electric guy can flash you and one-hit KO you. I don't go for the multi-bottle rocket, I just pray that I'm able to kill that guy, then I maybe get a solidify off with the freezes, and then I just put the other one to sleep and run. The sphere has a 100% chance to be put to sleep, so you just take advantage of that, put him to sleep and run. Fortunately, I didn't have one of my fabled Lumine Halls that Phalix always gives me a hard time about.
You tend to do. I mean, I'm almost convinced that Andy has modded his cart some way, that just enemies
because I had
tend
to
not
do limit break.
Yeah, because spawns just don't happen here.
Oh no, we're waited at Magic Ant is what you were talking about. Because I had
Yeah.
really good spawns at Magic Ant and limit break run.
Yeah, you walk through there pretty easily.
The fact that I only fought one Fobby there is really nice. Just because the more Fobbies there are, the more experience you get, the more levels you get, and the longer the animations take. So the fact that only one joined in was very nice. And then I skipped Sandwich Pass to try and skip as many fights as possible. A lot of people will skip the Rabbit's Foot here. I believe I actually skipped it here too, I forget. Oh no, what I did instead is just force a green swirl and then grab the Rabbit's Foot. The Rabbit's Foot is what increases the speed of the wearer by a ton. Stick it on Jeff and it gives him a ton of speed. And thus, it increases his multi-bottle rocket damage by an absurd amount.
This guy's my favorite.
See, that first rocket did 2,700 damage. I almost killed him with one rocket. It's impossible to kill him with one rocket, but I came pretty dang close. I missed the kill by like 600 damage. Isn't that how much Electrospectre has? He has about 3,300.
I thought he had less than 3,000.
He's got 3,200 or so.
Yeah, it's it. It's about right.
See, and at this point of the run, my time was slowly slipping away. My Lumine Hall and my PB was really, really good, and my PB before this one, and I knew that if I wanted to have any chance, I needed a relatively okay Lumine Hall, and that Lumine Hall was okay. So I was content with it, but I still lost a ton of time against my PB, and I was less than a minute ahead at that point. But now we're heading the home stretch. We kind of did all the scripted sections. Oh, I'm sorry, Ari, what were you saying?
Going back to those leap the chair strats.
Oh, yeah. Here we're kind of... All we have to do left is just wrap up all the sanctuaries. So we have to go back and do Mondo Mole, we have to do Trillionage Sprout, we have to do Plague Rat, and Carbon Dog and Diamond Dog. So that's what we'll be doing to wrap up before we go to Magic Ant. But we kind of do them in a different order so that we have a few more levels for Fire Spring to make that a slightly safer area, since it's the last of the 8 dungeons. But we are in the home stretch of the run, where there's about 56 minutes left.
Yeah, about that.
This is one of those areas where Daniel's been pushing a teleport alpha. If you can go, you go down and left and then up right. You just barely make it out, but it's a very, very tough teleport. I could never hit it during the little practice that Daniel was doing in the practice room during limit break.
I pushed it to 4 out of 5 attempts getting it now. I still don't get how I haven't messed it up more than once.
Yeah, we're going to be grabbing an Exomouse before pretty much every single dungeon from here on out, just because it's a little faster to grab one. And then Exomouse out. Except for Pink Cloud is slower to grab an Exomouse than to just walk out.
Well, some people actually do get it, even though it is a little bit slower, because walking out of Dalam can sometimes, when you fall down a hole there, you just get into an encounter with enemies and it's extremely annoying.
So over time, how much has this part of the run changed? Has there been like major route changes for this section before Magic Hat?
You mean the cleanup area?
Yeah, where we are now.
I mean, nothing really significant. I mean, I used to do Fire Spring before the other dungeons. There was no really reason for that. I just did it. Nothing really else significant. Just, I know we timed it and grabbed some of the eggs and mice before some of these dungeons. That's fairly new. Or at least newer for me. Back in the old days, we actually used to do Mondo Mole right when we got Paula.
Yep.
I believe those are the big changes.
Also, one of the newer runners to get a sub 4 Ultimo, he actually has a different order where he does Fire Spring first, but he does it with the intention of getting the, what's it called, the Cloak of Kings to put on Pooh so that you have a higher run chance for the next few dungeons.
Wouldn't you just put the Rabbit's Foot on Paula if you wanted a higher run chance?
Yeah, Pooh having a higher run chance doesn't matter if Paula's is already higher than his.
I think it's because maybe he keeps the Rabbit's Foot on Jeff like what Andy does here. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Mondo Mole after Paula was definitely a tough fight. It wasn't too bad though, as long as you got to Mondo Mole with enough Psyche points to cast Paralysis. Paralysis is guaranteed to hit Mondo Mole, and then from there it's just auto-attacking until he's dead. He has 110 Psyche points, so he can use a life up a bunch of times. But yeah, as soon as you get that Paralysis down, I think you learn it at level 13. He's a walk in the park.
Yeah, see, it's not too bad of a strat in non-manipulated because you actually have one level higher, so you have to fight less to get to the level 14 for paralysis. But even then, like, saving it for the end, as much as it is pretty tedious walking all the way from Tucson all the way to Mondo Mole, it's still basically faster on average.
That's one of the things if someone were to RNG manipulate, that it might actually save some time. If you were to able to hold manipulation all the way through Carpainter, it would probably be faster to go do Mondo Mole right then and manipulate Mondo Mole such that you don't need paralysis, but you're still able to kill him without dying. In that case, I believe it would save you probably a couple minutes.
Yeah, easily. But alas, Tucson is kind of hell to manipulate because of all the NPCs everywhere causing problems.
Yeah, there was a certain spot when I was toying around with it back in the day of manipulating Tucson to see if it would be possible. And I found there's a spot where there's 3 NPCs very very closely grouped together. And even if you hold, like, if I load a save state and I hold right, I exit the NPC area with a different RNG value, and it's not consistent, even if I just hold right through it. I would create a save state and hold right, and I would get a different result. And just based on that, I found that the RNG values deviate, and I immediately scrapped it, and I was like, I don't want to mess with this. I know you could probably use signs as like a way to determine which value you got once passing through them, but the fact that you'd have to do that 4 times because you pass by them 4 times, it's just terrible. Okay, here we're just starting the sewers, or the 5th Sanctuary, Magnet Hill. The sewers is essentially just slowly swimming through the water and trying to catch the spawns early. They all have very large aggro radiuses, and you're trying to avoid all fights. So you just try to avoid or catch them as soon as you see them on the right side of your screen, and as soon as you do, backtrack and despawn them.
I actually didn't know you did that. Usually when I'm down in the sewers, I hate, like, just, you walk so slowly in the sewer, I would just take the fights because you have a really high chance of running.
Oh, really?
Except for the beetles.
Yeah, the beetles are an exception. If I catch them right on the edge of the screen, I'm gonna despawn them.
You see, my eyes don't come off the screen if you're watching the YouTube video. My eyes never come off the screen when I'm going right, and I'm focusing on the right side to try and catch them as early as possible. But right there, I get pinned, and I don't really have a choice but to take the fight.
I think you actually managed to get out of this one.
Oh, really? Oh, look at that, I did. Haha, I'm so good.
Yeah, pretty rough on the spawns here. I'd say on average, especially in like the swamp sections, you'd only see like maybe one.
At this point, maybe it would have been faster just to take the fight, but I had no idea knowing it would be this difficult.
Yeah, that's a big thing with this. A lot of times you don't like. The reason you want to just keep going with the despawn is it's in hopes that they're going to be gone soon. Because I'd rather despawn 2 or 3 times than take a fight in many cases.
You're committed at that point too.
Yeah.
The nice thing about those beetles is that they have a very high spawn rate right underneath the boss, but as long as you come way over to the right, where I did right there, they're guaranteed to be gone and they don't respawn. Playgrad is pretty straightforward. You toss a multi-bottle rocket and finish.
And some of these boss backgrounds, it's very coincidental that a lot of them look like bullseyes. It works out very well.
Never thought of that.
Maybe that's why Jeff can hit those.
Important note is when you exit the museum at this point, actually getting the sound, or hearing the sound of Magnet Hill is a trigger for a photo outside of the museum. And once you leave the museum, if you take a single step anywhere, you trigger a photo. But if you don't press a single button on the D-pad and you immediately queue up a teleport, you're able to skip it. We always, remember, we kind of justified that because technically it's the fastest way to move anyway. Even if you weren't trying to skip the photo right there, by queuing up a teleport immediately, it's the fastest way to get out regardless.
How much does the photo waste?
I think it's like 16 seconds.
Yeah, 16, 17 seconds around that.
So for the next dungeon, we're just going to be running from everything that we encounter. And by running, I mean we're not even going to try and despawn them because they have such high spawn rates that we just take the fights and just run from everything. And usually you can get the run.
But here, thanks to the rabbit's foot, we're able to get through here very quickly. Again, I find the rabbit's foot to be the most OP item in the entire game, and casually, some people may not view it as such, but it's extremely powerful.
Yeah, the game doesn't really sell its power very well.
That's probably a common question for people who've never seen the run before. Is they're like, "Oh, how are you always hitting so much on those rockets? Whenever I used them, I'd only hit for a few hundred." But it's thanks to boosting speed.
Yeah, if you were playing this game casually, I would think like speed affects maybe like turn order, maybe like that's it. Maybe how often you dodge enemies. I would never associate speed with bottle rocket damage from Jeff.
Yeah, it doesn't help that casually when you actually like equip the items, it doesn't actually show your increase in speed. It's just your offense and defense. And only if you check the help like dialogue to see what it actually does would it say, oh, it also increases your speed.
Here's another one of those points where Daniel has pointed out another place where you could use a teleport alpha instead of a beta, but it's kind of a tricky one. It requires you to kind of go up this path and then kind of wiggle around a bunch.
What's the time difference?
That's about a 5-second difference if you were to start the teleports at the exact same point. So now we just come back to Onett to once again grab another Exomouse, and then we're gonna go do Fire Spring. Fire Spring is the last of the dungeons, and is actually one where things go wrong. There's one room in particular that I think of where there's very, very, very high chance that enemies spawn, and all we do is just try to run from it. That's all I do. And if you fail to run like 3 times or more, good chance people start dying. Ego Orb coming in to do some damage. Once again, doing teleports to avoid enemies.
And Lost Underworld is kind of another place where teleport is much better than other places. Basically because you have such small sprites that when you use teleport, you just go like super fast through it. So some
you have to be
runners
very
actually...
careful. You have to be very careful teleporting in Underworld because it's very easy to teleport out because you don't realize how far you've already gone.
Yeah.
There's a few sections that I've pinned, like right here past that tree. I'll use teleport right there, and I'll have it carry me directly underneath the door to the village here, and then I'll walk a little bit further left past the set of trees, and I hope that I curve around the mountain a bit. But an interesting thing that I've been seeing a lot, that enemy spawn rate right there, he spawns around that little bunch of trees. If you teleport and that enemy spawns from off screen, and its first time to appear is just by just jumping on screen after you teleported, sometimes that enemy is gonna bug out. And I had bus wheels on the screen a couple of weeks ago. I had an Ego Orb that was solid gray. I had a dinosaur that was just a head, and then he had like the legs of some NPC.
Yeah, I've seen that happen.
Yeah.
I've had that happen once to me, and I had a Tessie head.
Yep,
Wow.
I don't know what is happening, but it's something with that specific spawn that if you teleport and if it loads while you're already on screen, you'll get some wacky enemies.
Here at the bottom of the rope, I'm waiting to prevent an enemy spawn. There's a high spawn rate enemy to the right, and by waiting, once again, we're just trying to get the enemy to despawn himself so he's not there. And then going in and out of these rooms, these are very, very nasty fights. It's hard to run, they do lots of damage, and you just don't want to be in the fights to begin with. And it's about a 90% chance that they're there, so you're just going in and out until they're not there. Phalix has had a run where he's lost multiple minutes there.
I lost 2 minutes and 20 seconds there because I had no revive items, and that fight's extremely dangerous, and they were not moving in a way that I could actually go in green swirl. And it made me very, very mad.
Yeah, if you catch them and they're both moving to the right, you can force a green swirl on one of them. It's pretty rare for them both to be moving to the right, though.
Like, it was another instance that, like, in hindsight, I should have risked it, but it's such a dangerous area that I was really worried about it.
This is one of those enemies that has a 100% chance to be hypnotized and put to sleep. So you just do that and run. And then immediately after I get out of it, I pop a skip sandwich and try and make it to the door before I get into another fight. Almost. And this next room is the terrifying room. It has two enemies that are pretty much always there. And you can't come in and out because these enemies are right on top of you. So you just have to take what you get, and you try and book it to that bottom left room. And if you can make it there first, you can come in and out and despawn them. Otherwise, you just have to take the fight. And you're just trying to run and pray you don't take too much damage. Thankfully, Paula has a C pendant, so any fire damage is pretty much negated on her. So if everyone dies, Paula's probably survive, and she can slowly start reviving everybody. And this last area is just trying to force screen swirls and get through the areas quickly before we get to Carbon Dog and Diamond Dog. The Carbon Dog Diamond Dog fight is pretty straightforward. We can do a lot of damage with the multi-bottle rockets, and we actually get away with only doing one on Carbon Dog and one on Diamond Dog. When Jeff does the multi-bottle rocket on Carbon Dog will turn into Diamond Dog and reflect half the damage back. So Jeff takes mortal damage, but we queue up a life of beta, and Jeff stays alive. And Jeff has the highest speed, so he pretty much always goes first, and it works out perfectly. So Jeff goes first, turns him into Diamond Dog, and then Paula and Pooh immediately start throwing down the freezes, trying to get the solidifies and put out a little bit of damage. And then just do that again, just trying to keeping Jeff alive, and then doing freezes and a multi-bottle rocket. If Diamond Dog is still not dead at that point, I will just do all my psychic abilities. I will do a rock and beta, freezes, and then a Starstorm from Pooh to try and down him. I will not throw another multi-bottle rocket. Because he's so close to death, I can usually get him in this last turn. The reason I didn't do a Starstorm before is because I really wanted the freezes to get a solidify on Diamond Dog to avoid any moves that he does. Diamond Dog has a bunch of moves. He can do a Bite Hard, which can diamondize a party member. He can do Flash, which can instant KO. Just a lot of nasty stuff. Yeah, contrary to popular belief, unfortunately it is impossible to one-shot Diamond Dog. It's a common little meme or whatever. There's a while ago I was on a Reddit thread and someone claimed that when they were a kid they one-shotted Diamond Dog. And I had to promptly swoop in and tell him that he was extremely incorrect.
I'm glad somebody did.
Oh, it's just this kid who was like, yeah, just grind Ness a bunch and then one-shot him with the with this strong bat. It's like, even if you max out Ness's offense, the most you can do is like just over like 900 with him. It's like, oh, I must have done it somehow. No. Like, no, literally the most damage you can do is 3,000 with Jeff. And even then, you still can't kill him. It's impossible.
Maybe he accidentally left his Game Genie on.
I hate when that happens.
It felt really good to put this random kid on the internet in this place.
That's right.
That's what we're all here for, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, for sweet justice.
It's like that classic XKCD comic. It's like, honey, come to bed. I can't. Someone's wrong on the internet. Yeah, here we're just grabbing Exomouse and booking it over to Mondomole. It's just a long walk where nothing happens. Every single enemy that you will encounter runs away from you. So it's just burning through the last few skip sandwiches that you have. I like to maintain 3 skip sandwiches in Pooh's inventory for Cave of the Past. But if you are extremely unlucky, all those skip sandwiches will just be stolen from you.
Grr. Stupid Octobots.
I'm sorry, Phalix.
3
Phalix-
minutes.
Phalix had a possible world record run where all of his skip sandwiches got stolen in the Cave of the Past, and as a result, he lost like 3 minutes.
Oh my god.
Yeah, my Ness's nightmare. I killed him a bit before 3:30. And
Is that ahead of my pace?
I'm pretty sure it is. At the rate that I was finishing, I was on pace for a high 350, low 351.
Oh crap!
Yeah. It's been a while and I'm reeling from it still. The second closest I've ever been to finally bopping you, and an Octobot, an enemy I have praised for his glorious name in Mother 2. Just the best enemy names. It's actually called Actual Octopus with hyphens in it and everything. It's a wonderful name, and he robbed me.
Stole the run.
Like quite literally stole the run from me. The thing is, not now. Background guy recently PB'd, but there was a good time there where second, third, and fourth place, all 3 of us had 2 to 3 minutes to save in the final split, and we're all like 2 minutes behind Andy.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Like every single time now, someone gets to the Cave of the Past, their run dies somehow, and it's always my fault.
It is.
It's true.
This is the one time where you're fighting a Sanctuary boss, and all you have to do is auto-fight him to death.
If I have a big bottle rocket left over from Jeff, it'll be in that first inventory spot, and I just spam LNA, and he shoots that big bottle rocket off, and it generally kills him instantly.
This was unlucky because it turned into a 3-cycle. Usually it's just a 2-cycle auto-fight. But it's interesting. Against my my PB, I was not doing that well. At one point I was ahead by like 3.5 minutes, and I'd lost a ton of time, and now I'm only ahead by like 15 seconds. Shows you how much time there still is to save in this run. If I had had my same run as my PB for that second to third hour or so, this would be more like a 349-ish.
What was your PB that you were competing with?
354 something, low 354.
2 minutes.
So here's the last sanctuary. We don't need an Exomouse since this is the last one we need to do. So this is the kind of a nasty one still. The enemies have all the enemies in this place have a 75% chance to run from me because of my level. So you're just hoping when you see a group that they all run from you. Some people will come in and out and try and despawn them and wait for a good fight. I just take the fights that I get and run. And maybe that's a little ambitious and a little aggressive, but I just go for it.
I personally like using Pooh to starstorm all these guys so that the mushrooms don't even have a chance to mashermize anyone, especially not Jeff.
Yeah, that's about the worst thing that can happen there.
Ooh, you see that Ranboob aggroed on me and was coming at me. Thankfully I had the skip sandwich and I got into the cave before he attacked. Got good runs from all those 3 enemies, and those are the last I saw. So that was a very, very nice Milky Well. Notice that I didn't even cure the poison, because I knew I was going to get here in time and I wasn't going to tick down and be danger and death on Jeff, so I just took the ticks.
Here's another question. Is that a frowny face on Trillionage Sprite? Or Trillionage Sprout?
Yeah, I think that's his face. Or his mouth, rather.
Yeah.
And here you have to make sure that you want to switch inventory around, and I still don't notice that I'm missing skip sandwiches. But you want to put the C pendant and the rabbit's foot on Ness. The C pendant is to protect yourself from flash during the Ness's Nightmare fight, and the rabbit's foot is to avoid, or basically get faster runs when you're getting through the main area of Magicant. If you're missing either of those, you're in for a nasty time, especially the rabbit's foot. It's so hard to run if you don't have that thing. Because essentially it increases your run chance every single round by 40%. I guess it doesn't increase it by 40%. It raises it from like whatever your percent is plus 40%. So if you had 20 speed, you raise it up to 60, and then you take the enemy's speed and subtract it, and that's your first round's percent chance to run. So if your enemy has like 30 speed and you have 60, your first round you have a 30% chance to run. Second round you have a 40. Fifth or third round you have 50. It increases by 10% every round. I almost wish I was showing the camera during Magicant so you can see my expression drop as I realize that I don't have skip sandwiches in my inventory.
Wait, did you already realize it at this point?
No, I still had no idea.
Oh, okay.
I didn't realize it until I was going to use a skip sandwich, because I always use a skip sandwich right before I pick up the third bag of Dragonite to free up that last spot for it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You know what? Let's get.
No, I'm thinking of Phallus. I was thinking of Phallus when he forgot the rabbit's foot. I think he realized it here.
Yeah, it was as I was going in. You can see it on my face. I just my whole demeanor just drops.
Oh, that's when isn't that when you forgot the rabbit's foot?
Yeah.
And Daniel told you about it as it was happening, and I remember we're watching that because I just popped in right then, and Daniel commented that you forgot the rabbit's foot, and you just like, oh.
Yep. I lost a minute and a half from it, but I got a very small PB out of it. I got in one fight. I spent something like 85 seconds in one fight. Because that fight, they poison you, and I'm having to sit there and let my health just tick all the way up. I probably started from like a negative 50% chance to even run from that fight.
Putting face cam in, I love it.
All right.
So yeah, you'll see my face drop once I get to the present in about 30 seconds, maybe a little less.
This is a place, again, another skill ceiling type area that sometimes despawning enemies in areas like this, it can work out to your advantage, but you really don't want to try your luck too much. If you don't have sandwiches, it's a different story. But with sandwiches, learning how to juke everything through here is a massive time save.
Here we go. I'm still so ignorant, so pure. And here I'm looking at my inventory, and I realize it.
Shaking my head, dude.
I'm still looking at it like, holy crap. I thought I had just thrown the run. I thought it was over.
There we go. Here's the face.
You're using it to skip past these enemies. There's usually an enemy right here. There's usually another enemy right here. There's usually another one right here. And usually another one right here.
It's slowly lifting, too.
It's so good.
And I'm trying not to show anything because I don't want people to, I don't want it to become a thing. I'm just trying to keep my cool. but I know I just freaking lucked out.
So
But
far,
yeah, here for the rest
I
of
really
these
only
fights,
see
it's
one
me
spawn you
just
could have avoided.
it's me just trying to run from everything that I come across. I think I even make a comment after Nessa's Nightmare is dead that I didn't deserve to get through Magicant. Yeah, you also have to take advantage of some of the question marks movements. They kind of move in circular patterns, and you kind of anticipate their fact that they move in a circular way to walk by them before they move. So right there, I just dodged a ton of enemies as they swirled around me, and I easily walked right through the middle because I knew they were going to move around in that way.
Did you just ditch that bag of Dragonite too?
No, I grabbed it.
Oh, you did? Oh, you
I
cleared
don't
out.
remember what I dropped to get rid of it. I might have dropped the T-ball bat that I still had.
Not a skip sandwich.
And then here it's all about dodging all the Krakens. There's 3 Krakens in the Sea of Eden, and they're all guaranteed to be there. It's just a matter of where they are. You kind of want to generally pull them in a certain way that they get stuck on things so that you can swim by them without having to fight them. So that was a very, very clean Sea of Eden. And here you're hoping for like 500 to 600 damage bags of Dragonite. Nessa's Nightmare has just over 1600 HP. I think it's 1650. So you're hoping for some good rolls so that your Dragonites alone kill him. And if they don't, that's why you buy a couple Super Bombs to get that a little bit of extra damage in. Because he starts with a Psychic Shield up, and nothing you do Psychic-wise will damage him. Yeah, and there I'm definitely commenting that I didn't deserve to have that Magic Ant go the way that it did. Because I made a huge blunder and I did not get punished for it.
Now you're really smiling.
Because I know it. I know the only thing keeping me from a record at that point is Gygus. I know there's a big chunk of time to save on the meteorite because on my PB the meteorite was pretty bad. So I know pretty much the only thing keeping me from a record is Gygus and whether he rock and betas me first round. So yeah, Alex, you said you downed Nightmare before 330. That would have been like 20 seconds faster than me.
Yep. Sure was.
Sorry to bring that up.
I mean, it's an amazing thing that I went through there with the Cave of the Past that I had. My phase 1 and 2 were good. My phase 3 was bad. Plus, I had a turn where I defended, just kind of demoralized, and my head wasn't in it, and I still PB'd by a minute.
Is that your current PB?
Yep.
What do you have now, right? Is it like a 355?
340, 354, like a.
Okay. That puts you in 4th, right? Right behind Daniel in background.
No, yeah, background guy got a new PB, so yeah, I'm back at 4th.
Background was sitting at like a 353.40.
54.20 or something. There was 20 seconds between the 3 of us.
Oh crap! I didn't realize he was that close.
He beat Daniel by 1 second.
Yeah, background guy's PB is 1 second faster than Daniel's.
Wow.
I think it's a 353.48 and a 353.49 for them.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, that is right. And then Phalix, you are 14 seconds behind Daniel. I didn't realize it was so close between you 3. Literally 15 seconds difference in a 3 hour and 53 minute run between 2nd and 4th. I did notice recently that there is a speedrun recently posted on speedrun.com of someone playing on the 3DS, which I thought was interesting.
Oh, really?
So here in Dark Magicant, it's just a walk up to the meteorite, but there's a ton of nasty enemies that you don't want to face. And most of all, the Ghost of Starman, who does Starstorm Alpha first round every single time. So it's a lot of teleporting around these enemies because you don't want to face anything. And often you'll see me not teleport as far as I could because I know there's enemies up ahead. And I'm kind of anticipating the spawn, and I don't want to run into the enemies. I want to run into an area before them, so I have a chance to get around them. And usually when I finish a teleport, you'll see me open the menu, so because I can't see the enemies until after I crash and after the enemies have a chance to load. So oftentimes I'll open the menu real quick, just to give me a chance to react to things. So that was a really good meteor. I think it turned out to be gold for me. Yeah, it was gold by who knows how long. So yeah, all that's left keeping me from finishing is just getting through the Cave of the Past enemies and then Gygus itself. Sometimes when you enter this final area, you don't yet have healing gamma on Ness, which can sometimes be a pretty significant deal. Ness has all the psyche points, and you really would like Ness to be able to revive everyone if everyone starts dying. And if you don't have that, it can kind of cause you some problems if party members die before you even get there. So I knew I didn't have it, so that's why I came over here for the Horn of Life, which is a guaranteed revive item. I just did that just for safety purposes. I knew I was ahead of the PB. I knew I was ahead of the current record, so I just grabbed it real quickly as a safety. And then the actual Cave of the Past is a lot of trying to force green swirls. As soon as you finish a fight, pop a skip sandwich and trying to pass the next group of enemies while you're ghosting or during your iframes, and trying to meet up with the next pack after that to force a green swirl. So you're effectively like trying to skip 2 packs at a time while you're skip sandwiching. And skipping those 2 packs is a huge deal. So here we go, super tense at this point. The only thing I was hoping for is to avoid Starman, Ghost of Starman, and if I do get into a fight, get a first round run against them so I don't get Starstormed. Because I know I don't have healing gamma, and I need to avoid them.
yes, we did bring on the Andy cam.
So I got lucky with that first green swirl there. Sometimes you can't really explain why green swirls happen. Sometimes I just try and turn in an odd way when the fight begins to see if I can force a green one sometimes. See, immediately pop a skip sandwich and see if I can force a green one here. I got unlucky and I missed it. And this is the exact fight I don't want, and I'm hoping to get a first round run. And that Octobot in the back row is what you kind of don't want, because he can steal your skip sandwiches, which is what you want to get through this area quickly. So yeah, I'm not going to try and kill literally anything here. Even if I fight the Bionic Kraken who has the Gutsy Bat, I'm not even going to bother spying to see if he has it. I'm just out of there. So who knows, maybe I have fought a Bionic Kraken in one of these runs that had the Gutsy Bat, and I'll never know.
I got really lucky in that SNES Superstars run, and I spied on one and got it first try right before Gaius.
Yeah, I saw that. It's fantastic.
It is beneficial.
Yeah, I was just use that to attack every turn with Ness instead of super bombs. It's not worth the time investment, but it can. I mean, Ness hits for like 450 or so at this level with it.
I think if you get it, it's worth bashing instead of doing like Rockins during phase 2. So I got unlucky on that fight, and I got the Starstorm. So I'm hoping that nobody dies because I don't have any revive from Ness. So there goes Paula. I'm hoping to get out here so Jeff doesn't die and I get lucky there. So I'm not gonna, if I were them right now, or if I were playing right now and I'm in the situation, I don't remember exactly what I did. I wouldn't bother reviving Paula because it just means she has a chance to die again, and she doesn't need to be alive. So I'm just gonna keep her dead, and it just means I only have at most one person to revive from here on out. You see me checking the marble because I didn't learn until Limit Break that you don't have to check the marbles, you just touch them. Been playing this game speedrunning this game for over 3 years, and I didn't know all you had to do is touch the marbles.
I forgot about that.
And there's that last fight, another wonderful green swirl. This encounter is absolutely miserable. So here I'm going to get everyone back up to healed. I actually, now that I look at it, there's no point in getting rid of Pooh's paralysis, so I don't even know if I would if I were him. And then, yeah, just heal everyone up. You want to give the Rabbit's Foot to Jeff so that his multi-bottle rockets do more damage against Armored Pokey. You want to give the Sea Pendant and the Franklin Badge to Paula so that during Phase 3 and Phase 2, she's pretty much invincible. And then you want to give the Night Pendant to Ness so that he's protected against flash attacks. And with all that equipment set up, you're good to go. They're right there. I'm probably just checking where my revive items are on everyone. So here, I know that the only thing stopping me from PBing and taking the record is if I get Rockin' Baited. The Rockin' Beta, I believe, is a 25% chance. And if you get hit with that first round, it means Paula and Jeff are probably going to die. And you have to spend turns reviving them instead of damaging Armored Pokey. And every turn you spend reviving them is a turn you still need to get off the Shield or Shield Sigma to get the Psychic Shield back up on everyone. And it's just a nightmare to try and recover from it. So I'm just praying for a Rockin' Alpha. And you'll see as soon as I see the Rockin' Alpha, it's just like a huge wave of relief. I think all I do is close my eyes. I don't even react to it. And I know exactly what I'm menuing. There's no point in pausing what I do. I know exactly what I'm doing. You're hoping for good damage from those multi-bottle rockets. Armored Pokey has super high speed, so the fact that my first multi-bottle rocket did 1,200 damage is huge. The second one didn't quite finish him off, so I got a low roll on the second one, but I was still very happy with that first one. Also missed the paralysis. You're hoping the Armored Pokey has a 50% chance to be paralyzed, so if you can get that Shield Sigma off and paralyze Armored Pokey, you're pretty much invincible. No one can damage you, so which is really nice. There I got really lucky because Paula actually took like 400 damage, but she got a gut save, and she didn't die, so that was very fortunate. So from here on out, it's relatively safe. I was still worried about Paula dying and having to bring her back, so I just heal her up, and from here, phase 2, you just want to output as much damage as you can. Pooh's going to want to do the Starstorm Omega, which does a huge amount of damage. It does like 700 to 900 damage, and it only costs 42. It's a crazy cheap move for how much damage it does. There's no even point even if you have multi-bottle rockets left on Jeff, there's no point in even firing them. I've only ever had one multi-bottle rocket of the 20 ever hit Gygus. There's no point in even firing them, it's a waste. I know that Gygus is almost dead, so I don't bother doing anything with Pooh. Technically he could queue up a freeze alpha with enough psychic points. There's no point, I knew he's almost dead. So here we moved on to phase 3. I know that phase 3 is roughly 7 minutes. It's more like 6 minutes and 50 seconds. So I know that I'm pretty much in the home stretch. All I have to do is defend with everyone and pray, and we're there. Pray that Gygus doesn't solidify Paula. That's pretty much the only thing I'm hoping for from here on out, because Paula can't die. So yeah, I believe there's 9 prayers you have to get through, 7 of which have little cutscenes, one of which just prays to darkness, and the last one doesn't do anything.
I like how this speedrun gives you time to let it sink in that you got it.
Yeah. Really, the only thing that can happen right from here on out is that Paula can get solidified, and you lose a turn because you didn't get a prayer.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Paula has the Franklin badge and the Sea Pendant. The most damage Gygus can do is like 8. And if he does that and solidifies you every single time, even then it's beyond... It would be like Powerball odds to die during Gygus.
Yes, totally. Yeah.
Because Gygus has 4 moves, so he has to do a 1 in 4 move and then get a 1 in 4 chance to solidify Paula. And so basically he has to get a 1 in 16 roll like 15 to 20 times.
Yeah, really, it's once you see that alpha, it's really alpha and solidify or a paralysis on Pokey, you know you're in there. But I mean, even if you don't get the paralysis on Pokey, all other things can happen that turn. As long as Paula does not die that first turn, you're pretty much in there.
See right there, that was the move where everyone takes damage, but Paula didn't get solidified, so I don't really care. Ness can die, Pooh can die, Jeff can die, it doesn't really matter. It's almost advantageous for them to die, so you don't have to menu with them.
So you guys time till last hit or final confirmation, but you have a JRTA split too, is that right?
Timing ends when the final prayer against Gygas begins. As soon as that final prayer begins, you've won the fight, and it's just mashing through text at that point.
Got it.
You even lose control after a little bit. After like 1 or 2 more inputs of advancing text, you lose control and all the text for the rest of it scrolls automatically.
Yeah.
Yeah, and as for JRTA timing, it's pretty much power on until you see the VN screen, which is pretty much like 15 minutes extra after that, the way we split it.
So yeah, you choose that last prayer, and you still have to wait for Gygas to do his move, because technically you haven't finished, because Gygas could still like solidify you or technically kill you.
Yeah.
And as soon as that last prayer begins, timing stops. As soon as you hear the little sound that doodle-doo go off, you win.
Have you ever gotten a last turn solidify when you thought it was over?
Yep.
Yeah, that happens.
Such a tease.
But you said Paula can't die? You just lose a few turns, or?
I mean, Paula could die. I mean, Gygas has his only move is a free or as a ice elemental attack, and Sea Pendant protects against ice. So basically, and she has a Franklin badge which protects against lightning, and she has the Sea Pendant which protects against all his flash attacks. So the only way that he can damage Paula is by doing freeze, and like there, you only saw him do 10. And Paula starts with like 150, so you'd have to do that like 15, 16, 15 times.
Got it.
Yeah, I sat down, did the math. You're better off buying a Powerball ticket.
Yeah, it would be like 1 in 16 raised to like the 20th or so.
Well, it's not even just that, because he could freeze every round. That doesn't matter. He has to also get the solidifies, because he'd live through just the freezes.
Well, that's what I'm saying, because he has to do the 1 in 4 chance to do that move, and then the 1 in 4 chance to solidify, so I'm saying 1 in 16 every turn.
Right.
And here's where the quality of the stream goes kaput.
Yeah.
Just because there's so many colors everywhere changing, like every single pixel. See, I already selected the prey, but it doesn't end until the actual prayer goes off. Which is right there.
It's a little late, but... So that's it, huh? How would you feel after this?
Oh, I felt incredible. I felt a little bad because I'd already held the record for... Let's see. I took the record in January of 2015, and I held it until until March of 2016, when Daniel took it. And this was literally 7 days after he took it from me. So it was a little bit of a mix. It was nice to take it back, but I still felt bad that I took it back so quickly.
Oh, we get the face cam swap.
I do that so the stream doesn't, or the quality doesn't stay bad forever.
Yeah. Sorry, when did you say this was?
This happened on March 10th of this year.
Oh. Cool. So, what's next for you're still playing this, right? I've seen you play this.
I have such a hard time getting away from Earthbound. Like, I've picked up other games and I speedrun other games. For a while, I tried to pick up Lufia 2. Lufia 2 is an extremely dense speedrun,
Yep.
and I had a lot of problems with it. I mean, it's a tough game to learn. Major props to everyone who runs Lufia 2, because that game's strats are so dense. I spent hours and hours and hours learning it, and I only learned like the first hour of the run. And I just gave up because it was too much for me. And plus, I just, like, every single time I was learning another game, I felt like I should be running Earthbound. I have a hard time getting away and staying away from Earthbound for very long.
I think it's one of those things that you put in a lot of time into it, but you still appreciate that there's time to be saved in the current strats that you have now. Like, you have a very great time and everything, but as you guys have talked about, there's little things here and there that can be improved, and that's what sort of makes it a dynamic run. It's not like you just got a good run and that's it. You can just keep coming back.
Yeah, I don't think this category will be dead until someone gets a sub 350. Once someone gets a sub 350, I feel like a lot of people are going to lose interest because they feel like it's so out of reach.
And the thing with the run is, too, that there may be time saves here and there, but since the run, every run is going to be different, so it's going to be really hard that if you see certain things like, oh yes, that will be a time save, that split is not going to go the same every time, because even on some of the splits where you can execute things better than others, it doesn't really matter if you get into that split and everything just goes haywire. It's going to look different so often.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's so many top-tier runners right now that are right on the verge of taking the record from me that it's just, my guess is within the next 2 or 3 months, this run will be beaten.
So is it number 2, 3, and 4 really gunning for it right now, including you, Felix?
Yeah, I have so much other stuff that I want to play right now, but with that 3-minute time save at the end, I can't break away from it at the moment.
Yeah.
Again, in over 2 years of running this is the second closest I've ever been to beating Andy, and it was, by the definition, stolen from me.
That's great. I think it's great when games are competitive at the highest level. People push each other. That's the way the best speedruns are made.
Yeah, and with how popular this game is and how much the community has grown, it's just, I don't think Earthbound will be dying as a speedrun anytime soon. Like, you kind of get games that kind of like come in that ebb and flow, and people, like, you get a group of people that start running it again, and then some people abandon it again, and some people come back after a year or so and start running it again. I don't think that hasn't happened with Earthbound in a very long time. Earthbound has been active for a couple years now, and with how many people run it, I don't think it'll ever become inactive again.
Cool. So something I typically ask is, for anybody out there who may watch this one day and want some resources, do you guys have some sort of either site or resource pool or like communication with you guys to talk about if they want to get into this kind of run?
I mean, there's a variety of resources. You have the SDA knowledge base article has a great write-up on, like, very well formatted, that SDFG put together a couple years ago, and while not entirely up to date, it's still very, very extremely relevant. And then RBM took that guide and on speedrun.com basically rewrote it. Well, not really rewrote it, just kind of took that and changed it and made it a little more up to date. And then for RNG notes, I have my website, the rpgspeedruns.com site, has the route or the RNG notes, very detailed, written on there. You have LL Temple has put together a video that outlines exactly how to do the RNG route for all of ONET. There's just various resources. We're active on the SRL IRC channel. There's a Earthbound IRC channel. There's a Discord server that we all hang out in. I mean, we're all active on Twitch, on Twitter. If you get a hold of any of the active runners, everyone will be more than willing to help out and to give input and to give any kind of resources that you would be wanting to get started.
Cool, excellent. Yeah, if you have any links you want to drop in chat, I have the chat saved, so maybe one day somebody will know where to go. But yeah, that's great. It's a pretty common sentiment, but I think it's great about RPG communities that, for the most part, everyone's very willing and open to discuss what they've learned, and even if they don't have the best resources, the answer is that people just love to talk about it. So if they got questions, they can just come to you or anybody who's active in the community. Yeah, that's it. I think that that kind of wraps it up. If you guys have any closing thoughts you wanna lay down before we call it a day, feel free.
Do you guys have anything? I think I've said everything that I wanted to say.
Can't really think of much, but I would like to thank Clear Tonic for the opportunity to demonstrate Earthbound and talk about it in depth. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's great having you guys. I was personally very excited. I played this game a lot growing up, but I don't know much about the speedrun, so I very much wanted to hear the finer details, and you guys covered it, so it was an honor.
Well, yeah, thanks again for having us. Thanks very much, Ari, Alex, and Skateman for being here with me. I very much appreciate it.
Yep.
No problem, bud.
Glad to do it.
Alright, I think that wraps it up. So thank you everybody for watching. We may not have an episode for a little while now, but we were glad to come back with an Earthbound episode. So yeah, that wraps it up. Thanks for watching everybody, and we'll see you next time. Alright, bye.